on that issue, it would be a little more simple.
Right. That's it. Well, you never know. Somebody may use this one.
Good evening. At this time, we will reconvene the Wall Township Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, June 15th, 2021. Mr. Smythe, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Gartz,
Here.
Mr. Hall,
Here.
Ms. Hodnett,
Here.
Mr. Krupa,
Here.
Mr. Nasser,
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo,
Here.
Ms. Stites,
Here.
Mr. Wondrak, and Mr. Adnizio.
Here. Thank you. All right. At this time, we are going to start with our student rep report. Good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Handerhan, Mr. Adnizio, and the Board of Education members. I would like to start by thanking you all for allowing me to share my report with you and the Wall community each month. I am grateful to have had the opportunity to represent the student body. With the year coming to a close and graduation in just over a week, I would like to reflect on what we have accomplished. For an entire school year and more, our students and staff were forced to adapt and make the best of what we had. We were able to have great success over our athletic, arts, and academic programs. It was far from easy, and everyone was faced with challenges each and every day. However, coming to school the last few months with almost everyone in the building, walking in the last few days mask optional, and feeling the normalcy come back, I believe we conquered this year. I am thankful to have been surrounded by some of the best teachers and administrators, as well as my peers. Thank you again for this opportunity. I am excited to see what the future holds, and congratulations to our new Board of Ed student representatives, Kyle Gerber and Allie Cartinella.
On behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to thank you. As you know, unfortunately, this year wasn't the best of years, but we made it through, and we thank you for contributing. We certainly hope your senior year was everything you kind of hoped it would be. One question, how was your senior prom?
It was super fun. It was better than I could have ever expected. So thank you. It was really good.
That's good. That's great to hear. Well, thank you. We wish you all the best with the rest of the school year. Good luck in college, and don't be afraid to come back and visit us. Thank you.
Mr. President.
We are going to move on. We are going to go to superintendent's updates. Dr.
Ralph.
Handergan, good evening. I'm sorry.
I think we'd also like to
Oh.
thank Trevor Lukerson for his participation as a
absolutely.
rep as well.
Yes, sorry.
Yep, no problem.
Okay. Dr. Handergan, good evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adnizio. Before I start with the superintendent's report, I would like to introduce the 2021-2022 Board of Education student representatives, and the primary representative is Kyle Gerber, and the alternate student representative is Allison Cartinella. I believe you're in the house tonight. A little bio. Kyle is a rising senior. He is extremely involved in school life. He is vice president of the Wall Business and Finance Academy. He is a member of both the varsity soccer team and the varsity basketball team. He hopes to make a difference by representing the students of Wall Township as a student board representative next year. Allison. Allison is a rising junior. She is equally involved in school life. She is the student council vice president and a member of the yearbook club. She is a triathlete, participating in varsity field hockey, lacrosse, and the basketball teams. Allison is very excited for her role as the Board of Education alternate for the next year. Congratulations to both of these remarkable, remarkable students, and I look forward to your participation as student representatives next year. And before Isabel, release her from her duties, I just want to thank her for doing such an amazing job. So Isabel, my best to you as you move forward with your future endeavors. This is such an exciting time. And I have to say, the prom was pretty awesome, so I do agree. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you for coming out tonight. I would like to begin by sharing some wonderful news. I am so pleased to share that high school art teacher, Ms. Jill Alexander, was named 2021 Outstanding Educator in Visual Arts by the Monmouth Arts Education Awards. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Alexander, and I can tell you that after meeting with her, it was so clear to me why she was chosen. She is incredibly talented and has done so much for the students of Wall Township. Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Wall High School has been an exciting place. It's been an exciting place this spring. A lot of great things have taken place. Here are a few of them. This spring, we had 3 congressional art competition winners named. Avery Noel for Blood Oranges, Evelyn Kanicki for Roller Coaster of Life, and Samantha Nemergut for earning the Best in Show for her work, Within the Shadows. Just a little plug, these works are available on our website, so I invite you to check it out after the meeting. Congratulations, artist, on earning such a prestigious award. I would also like to thank Merle Kirschenbaum, Solara Panagakos, Meadow Pilla, and Maddie Soto for advancing to the state-level teen arts competition this spring. The music department also had a lot to celebrate this year. Students chosen for the All Shore Chorus. I have it here. What did I do with it? We have so many musical accomplishments. Here we go. The All Shore Chorus, Andrew Heim, Dominic Paduano. The All Shore Symphonic Band, Kirsten Begornia, Abigail Rubino, Molly Matry, Megan Gallagher, Sophia Sabanjian, Isabel Donofrio, Ashlyn Wells, Sienna Rulli, Hudson O'Reilly, Tristan O'Neill, Aaron Flanagan, Brendan Lee, Joseph Bueno, Michael Stites, Tyler Alonzo, Andrew Heim, Vincent Manzo, Anthony Doria, Jared McLaughlin. The NAFME National Guitar Orchestra selected Will Krebs, and the NJMEA Honors Guitar Orchestra selected Lauren Damiano, Joey Hooper, Ethan Fletcher, and once again, William Krebs. I would very much like to congratulate all of our artists for an amazing accomplishments. I would also like to congratulate the following sports teams. Football, congratulations for being the Shore Conference undefeated Super Pod champions, finishing their season ranked #1 in the state of New Jersey. Boys soccer, undefeated Central East Region state champions. Girls volleyball, Central Jersey Group 2 state champions. And boys golf, hot off the press, Central Jersey Group 2 champions and overall Group 2 champions. Knights, you have done an amazing job. And the students that were recognized this evening and their classmates, I would very much like to recognize the class of 2021 for all of their leadership during a time where it was difficult to be a leader. So with that class of 2021, you will forever be certainly part of the fabric of this school, part of the district, but you had a special charge, and I just wanted to thank you for that. So congratulations to you. At this time, I would like to introduce a very special update from the Pre-Engineering Academy at Wall High School. Please join me in welcoming Senior Jack Alexander, Mr. Dan Leonard, the Director of the Pre-Engineering Academy, and Mr. Dan Pierce, the Assistant Director of the Pre-Engineering Academy. Gentlemen, I have been looking forward to this update literally all month. So I'm going to hand the floor over, and thanks for coming out tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Quick introductions. I'm Daniel Leonard, the Academy Director. Joining me is my colleague, Mr. Daniel Pierce, as well as Mr. Jack Alexander, one of our seniors in the program. I'm very excited to talk about the program as a whole, as well as the type of things that we're doing and what the future holds for the Pre-Engineering Academy at Wall High School. Just a quick history, starting in the fall of 2012, the program was conceived. I worked very closely with building administration to develop the program and to present it to the curriculum committee at the time. In the spring of 2013, the program was approved by the board. In the fall of 2013, in September, we welcomed our very first class, the class of 2017. And in June of 2017, that first class graduated. Fast forward to today, the class of 2021 is now our 5th graduating class. The goal of the Academy is to incorporate a rigorous and challenging curriculum that will increase technological literacy as well as prepare students for post-secondary education and ultimately a career in the fields of engineering, technology, or science. There are many goals or many advantages of the Academy, and this is not just for the Pre-Engineering Academy, this is basically the Academy model. Students are grouped together with like-minded individuals. So it's students who have a passion for their studies or they're highly interested in science or technology or engineering. They may have similar goals. They may have similar wants and needs, and being together helps them move forward more than if they were acting as an individual or on an individual path. The prescribed rigorous and challenging program that's incorporated within our curriculum really pushes students to go beyond their comfort zone. What we found over the years is that many students will actually take that extra honors class or that extra AP class where they might not normally have taken it, and that challenges them and ultimately will prepare them for their future. In addition, we have career exploration. We have guest speakers that come in. We take trips and shadowing experiences. They get to see what their careers might be or what they don't want their careers to be, and that's just as valuable. Professional development opportunities. All of our students leave with a solid resume, interview skills. That is one of the things that we're going to continue to push for the future is we want polished students coming out of our program so that when they get to college, they are more prepared than their peers. In addition, networking after graduation might be the most valuable aspect of the program. And this is something that is difficult to really foresee because in a program like this, the feedback loop is extremely long. And what we found is that the networking opportunities that we have after they leave Wall High School are actually more valuable than when they were here. We have a LinkedIn group of several dozen individuals made up of graduates of the program as well as industry members. And what we're trying to do is merge those individuals together and allow them to find their careers before they graduate from college. The curriculum that's involved in the program, and this is slightly misleading, no, they're not taking 8 math classes when they're in high school. That is some of the classes they could take. Depending on where they come into the program, if they come in taking geometry, they'll move to Algebra 2, to Calculus, and then to, or Pre-Calculus, and then to AP Calculus. Some of our more advanced students that come in taking Algebra 2 might take AP Calculus as a junior and multivariable calculus as a senior, and some like to throw in, like I said, they'll take that extra AP class. They might throw in AP Statistics. Science is a little bit more structured in the sense that they're taking biology and chemistry as a freshman and sophomore. Then they have the ability to branch out into their desired field. So some will take physics, some will take an AP Science. All of our graduates are going to take at least one of those AP Sciences. And the engineering component is very simple. They're taking an intro to engineering course, an advanced engineering course, as well as a robotics, and then a senior capstone course, which is a guided independent study where they're working within a team. on a long-term research project where they're producing a very high-quality prototype at the end. To guide and kind of direct our curriculum and to fit it into what industry wants, we work with advisory board members from the companies seen here. They are hyper-local. Several are in Wall Township. Several are in Howell Township. Most of them are extremely local. A lot of the people that we work with are either graduates of Wall High School. They live in Wall. They have students in Wall. They're highly vested, and what they do for us is they give us guidance. They tell us what they want when they leave college. We tell them where they could be, and we try to meet in the middle. And I think that's a really valuable component of this looking forward, is it's not just the 4 years at Wall High School, it's the 4 years here, and then it's your career afterwards. Some of our graduates now, the class of 2017, I got a little bit nervous. These are the colleges that they have attended or are currently attending. I got a little bit nervous when our first graduating class came through because there are some high-powered schools here. University of Pennsylvania, Georgia Tech, NYU. But what we're going to see as we go through the years is that each class rose up to that standard. We've had students accepted to very, very highly powerful schools, schools with low acceptance rates, schools that are very difficult to get into, schools such as Stevens Institute of Technology, Clemson, Georgia Tech, Brown, Cornell, just to name a few. And these are the schools that they're attending. These aren't the schools that they were accepted to. There are a whole nother set of impressive list of schools that they actually turned down an offer from. Our class of 2020 is no different, and our current class of 2021 is equally as impressive. They are getting into schools that a lot of people dream of getting into. They're not going to a magnet school. They're not going to a private school. They're going to a comprehensive high school in this great town. And they're still getting into the schools, and I think they're more prepared than the other students that are attending those private schools. And I truly believe that, and again, the feedback loop is extremely long, and I believed in it all the way, but now we finally come to fruition and we've realized what the value of the program is. I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Pierce, who's going to discuss what a typical Academy student might see daily in their class.
As mentioned earlier, Academy students take both honors and AP Math, science classes, but that's not all the classes that they take. They take honors English, honors history, and a lot of honors instrumental music. So of our students, they're very well-rounded, but very busy, okay? But when they get to our classes, however, they're met with different challenges that are not necessarily what they're used to. We want them to fail, and we want them to fail frequently and often. Whether it is building a bridge in Engineering 1 or designing a balsa wood plane in Engineering Design 2, we prepare our students to put the time and effort to develop the ideas, build the prototypes, but when it comes around to testing, we want them to fail. Okay? The reason we want them to fail, they learn more from that one failure than we could teach them in any lecture. Okay? Once, one of my students earlier in the year made a comment about this past year. She said to me, the one thing that I truly missed this year is just to sit and think about a problem or solution in class. Once I heard that, I could not help but smile. But in all of our engineering classes throughout the 4 years, we strive to make our students independent thinkers that can come together and work as integral team members to solve problems. So when they get to their senior capstone project, they're ready to develop or design and come up with an invention or innovation that rivals most college capstone projects. Okay? To have a different opinion or a different slant on it, we have Jack Anderson. Jack Alexander, sorry, my bad.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jack Alexander, as Mr. Pierce and Mr. Leonard have already probably introduced. So the first thing I've learned with the Engineering Academy is how much it demands from you before you even start. So for example, when I was in 8th grade and applying to the Pre-Engineering Academy, I thought, okay, this is going to be a slam dunk. My math grades are solid. My science grades are pretty good. However, that letter that I got in the mail was a rejection letter. And however, a week later, I ultimately got accepted into the Engineering Academy, and it was at that moment that I became that much more excited about this opportunity. After that, I realized that I would be working with some of the brightest minds in our class. Then with some of the projects that we started to develop in high school, the first assignment was to draw mock-ups of 3D prints that Mr. Leonard had set up for us in wacky dimensions and shapes. And this is really a valuable skill because even though I'm not pursuing engineering per se in college and rather taking the architecture route, it's still a very useful skill to be able to draw something on the spot and be able to show representation of it for the consumer. And then in the next year for sophomore year, we made CO2 cars, which was such a fun project, and it really kind of showed us physics principles without even going into physics so much, with like momentum. And if it's released with the same momentum, the lighter it is, the faster it's going to go. And all of that was pretty much shown through our CO2 car races. Or in junior year, when we got to see the Amazon warehouse out in West New Jersey, and then we got to see like how all the products were packaged and how they were going to be shipped out and everything along those lines. And then for the senior capstone project, I developed pretty much where you use keypad technology to open a box, and because you enter the code and then a motor turns and then you can open the box. So through that project, I learned so much too, as Mr. Pierce mentioned, piggybacking off him with several failed prototypes. I think we've had over 11 3D prints. However, the whole thing was just to get a functional product at the end of the day, and we got to that point. So that's really the important part, and I learned so much along the way. Even with coding, for example, I didn't know how to code. I didn't know the first thing about coding. But now, at least I know basic principles, such as that you have to set up your code and then to actually have it perform its task or whatever, where it's in the setup, it translates from how the computer interprets it to how we would interpret it. And then in the loop, we can plug in how we would interpret it, and then so on. And the product will then function after that. More importantly, though, than the academic, more than the academic things that we learned within the Pre-Engineering Academy, I developed many social skills that I never could have developed without being in the Pre-Engineering Academy. For example, whenever I was in the hallway, I would often botch a hello encounter. Or I certainly didn't have the capability to speak to all of you right now. However, through doing group projects, you get to make friends, and then you say hi to those people in the hallways, and then you build up your confidence. And those opportunities would not have happened without me being in the Pre-Engineering Academy. And then also, one more thing real quick. Going off what Mr. Leonard was talking about with the challenging classes, it really does push you to go the extra mile, per se. As it pushed me to take like AP calculus classes and then go above and beyond and take geometry the summer beforehand so I could be in the similar classes with the kids in the Pre-Engineering Academy, per se. And then I never really thought about an AP science class until it was a requirement in the Engineering Academy, and now I have AP physics and AP environmental science under my belt because of the way the framework was set up within the Pre-Engineering Academy. So overall, I owe a big thank you to Mr. Leonard and Mr. Pierce for making this such a wonderful experience over the past 4 years, as I can't wait to see what my future holds as a result.
I I can tell you Jack's future is going to be bright. He's an extremely hard worker. He touched upon a lot of the points that we kind of emphasized through our program. We're going to challenge you. It's going to be tough. You're going to fail sometimes, but in the end, it will be worth it. One thing I can say is I know Jack is making an extremely informed decision about the next 4 years. A lot of college students can't say that. Most of ours can. When they say they want to study environmental engineering or pharmacy or business, they're making extremely informed decisions. And that's based on a lot of their experiences that happen within the program. Now, outside of the academy, one of the interesting aspects of the program, of the academy, is the fact that the program outside of the academy has grown equally as well. So in addition to our 90+ students that are currently involved in our pre-engineering academy, there's nearly 100 students yearly who are taking one of 6 engineering courses that are not involved in the program. That to me shows an interest which I think is fantastic for our futures, my children's futures. But it's not just about the academy, it's influencing the rest of the school as well. And I think that just is beneficial for everyone in the community. The future of our program, we have a fluid and evolving curriculum. We're constantly working with industry to identify what needs they have, what we can accomplish here, what needs to be accomplished later. An increased emphasis on programming and computer science. That's one of the things that we've identified that looking ahead to the future, we're always looking 5, 10 years ahead. Collaboration with colleges and universities to establish that relationship and increase professional development and networking opportunities. If you'd like to learn more, our academy website is tinyurl.com/WHS-pre-engineering. All of the information, most of the information I presented tonight is up there, including our college commitments, etc. I'd like to open it up to the board if they have any questions.
Mr. Leonard, I'd like to thank you for your time and dedication to the program. How many kids apply on an annual basis, and how many do you accept roughly, or is it flex?
There's ebbs and flows in the applications. I would say in a given year, the average is probably 40 applications that come in. We limit our acceptances to 24 yearly.
And that's based on space, faculty, combination of both?
It's a combination of everything they're in. The space that we have, the faculty that we have, the unique courses that we're running within the academy, as well as trying to create connections with industry and making sure that each one of our seniors gets that connection.
And how many schools in the area, within a couple of miles or so, 5 miles or so, have a similar program to what we offer?
A similar program, there are some. A program at our level, I don't think there are any. And I truly believe that because this is a very, very difficult thing to do well. There's not a lot of proprietary information in regards to just the curriculum. Any school can offer a course in robotics, calculus, AP physics. What we try to do is take it to the next level with our professional development, our connections with industry, our advisory board. It's an extremely difficult thing to do well. Anyone can do it and create a facade. I'm a Jackson resident. I serve on the Jackson's Academy Advisory Board. They're trying to match what we're doing, and it's very difficult. It's something that a lot of schools are trying to do, but there's a lot of roadblocks in the way.
I congratulate you again, because just the presentation that was given, was wonderful, and to see the mental health growth and the social growth beyond the engineering and knowledge is pretty impressive, so thank you.
Thank you.
You mentioned that there's a LinkedIn page for alumni and people on the, is that a public page?
The LinkedIn group is a private group.
Okay.
We try to limit it to industry members that I've gone through and vetted. I don't want people coming into the group that are predatory and it's only for our graduates, so it's when they leave here. Jack is not involved in it.
Okay.
It's only for our graduates when they leave Wall High School. But it is a closed group. We try to keep it close-knit and not be extremely large.
So what's the best way if there's working professionals in town that want to become involved? Reach out to you?
I'm in contact with many professionals in the local area. And as soon as I make contact with them and I have a discussion with them, I immediately send them an invite because I want them involved as well. I love if you're local, you're invested. And I love vested people. So if they contact me and I have a brief conversation with them and I can do the vetting process myself, I immediately make that connection.
Thank you.
Anybody
Okay.
else?
Good. Okay. I am so incredibly grateful that you were able to showcase really such an incredibly strong program for us. And I learned a lot tonight, so I'm really grateful. Mr. Leonard, Mr. Pierce, and Mr. Alexander, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And Mr. Alexander, we look forward to your connection with Wall High School in the years to come, and maybe you can serve as a mentor in the program of which you were such a valuable member of. So with that, I thank you for coming out tonight. Principal Sergio, this evening I've watched a big smile, and I can't imagine something to be more proud of. So thank you for coming out tonight to show your support.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'd like to continue with the superintendent's report. During the last few weeks, the superintendent's office has received many phone calls and emails regarding the use of masks. I would like to respond publicly as to why I have not made a public declaration dismissing the use of masks for the remainder of the school year. I believe it is necessary to provide a granular explanation since it is necessary to cross-reference executive orders. New Jerseyans were told via executive order that, effective Friday, May 28, 2021, individuals in indoor public spaces are not required to wear masks, regardless of their ability to maintain 6 feet of distance from other individuals or groups. In accordance with CDC recommendations, individuals who are not fully vaccinated should continue to wear masks in indoor public spaces. However, Executive Order 242, specifically paragraph 2, provides that, in addition, for purposes quoted above, this order indoor public spaces do not include child care centers, other child care facilities, youth summer camps, and public, private, and parochial preschool program premises, and elementary and secondary schools. And this includes charter and Renaissance schools. These schools continue to be governed by Executive Orders number 149, 175, and 237, and any applicable standards issued by the Commissioner of the Department of Health. Executive Orders 237 and 149 apply to youth summer camps, child care centers, and other child care facilities, and it is not relevant to this particular discussion. However, Executive Order 175 provides the authority for parochial preschool program premises, elementary and secondary schools, and charter and Renaissance schools. Executive Order 175 provides that all school districts that reopen for full or part-time in-person instruction must meet the following health and safety standards delineated in the Department of Education's Checklist for Reopening of School 2020-2021 and detailed in the Road Back, Restart, and Recovery Plan for Education, which include, but are not limited to, mandatory use of face coverings by staff, students, and visitors, except in the following circumstances. When doing so would inhibit the individual's health. When the individual is exposed to extreme heat outdoors. When the individual has trouble breathing, is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove a face covering without assistance. When a student's documented medical condition or disability as reflected in an individualized education program or an IEP, or an educational plan pursuant to Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, precluding the use of face covering. When the individual is under the age of 2, when the individual is eating or drinking, when the individual is engaged in high-intensity aerobic or anaerobic activity, when a student is participating in high-intensity physical activities during physical education class in a well-ventilated location and able to maintain a physical distance of 6 feet from all other individuals. When a student, as part of music instruction, is playing an instrument that would be obstructed by the face covering. Or finally, when wearing a face covering creates an unsafe condition in which to operate equipment or execute a task. Please note that Executive Order 242, Paragraph 1 only concerns the wearing of masks. Executive Order 242, Paragraph 2 specifically provides that elementary schools and secondary schools are not considered indoor public spaces for purposes of Paragraph 1 and mask wearing. Thus, Executive Order 175 continues to govern the wearing of face coverings or masks at the elementary and secondary level schools pursuant to Paragraph 2 of Executive Order 242. As Superintendent of Schools, it is my duty to ensure compliance with executive orders. That said, I am also charged with the health and safety of students and staff across the district. For the last week, I've responded situationally by using the provision when doing so would inhibit the individual's health. As stated in the letter I sent home Sunday evening, I reevaluated the conditions in classrooms throughout the district today. And after assessing classroom conditions and factoring in the extended forecast throughout the end of the school year, I have determined that the district will remain mask optional through the end of this school year. At this point, I would like to shift directions a little bit and talk and move into the special presentation. I would like to share with you the first step in securing district funding as provided by the Federal American Rescue Plan Act. You may have heard this grant funding referred to as Safe Return Plan funding. A few weeks ago, Wall Township Public Schools was allocated $2,171,279 from this federal aid package. Needless to say, I am very happy about this funding. This funding may be spent over the course of 2 years. There are requirements that must be met to ensure that the district receives this funding. 20% of this funding must be dedicated to learning loss activities that address social, emotional, and academic needs and disproportionate impact on subgroups. The remaining 80% may be spent on a wide range of activities with special emphasis on implementing public health protocols consistent with CDC guidelines. Other requirements include that prior to this evening's meeting, the district leadership needed to meet with various stakeholders to discuss the 8 required writing prompts of this preliminary plan. Presenting these prompt responses in a public forum with the opportunity for public comment is another. Tomorrow, the responses to the 8 writing prompts must be posted on the district's website. It is a requirement to revisit these questions and other components of the application every 60 days. I would like to stress that this is a federal requirement, and schools across the country will be completing the identical written tasks. I mention this because many schools never opened for in-person instruction throughout the country. As I go through the responses this evening, some will look familiar to you. A few of the prompts are akin to pieces of the reopening plan we completed last summer. Please keep in mind, this step is a first step which includes very targeted writing prompts. The actual grant application is to be submitted no later than November 24th. The district has a long way to go on this application. Districts were tasked with just responding to these 8 writing prompts at this time, nothing more. These prompts pertain to maintaining health and safety. The first question relates to mask management and the correct wearing of masks. Here is our response. Due to the nature of a real-time pandemic response, the district must be in the position to pivot to mask implementation as required by executive orders. New Jersey Department of Health and CDC guidance will be consulted as required. This past year, measures were taken to instruct students on the proper wearing of masks. Measures included district school nurse video demonstrating proper mask application and removal, staff referrals to nurses when students needed extra support with proper mask application, and visual reminders, signs throughout the building demonstrating proper mask wearing. These practices will continue as needed. Disposable masks, face shields, and KN95 masks will once again be available to staff and students if they are needed. The second prompt refers to social distancing. The district's response is that New Jersey Department of Health and the CDC guidance will be followed to the greatest extent possible. Social distancing signage will be posted as needed throughout the schools. The third prompt speaks to hand washing and respiratory etiquette. Our response notes that the use of hand sanitizer with at least 60% alcohol and encouraging students and staff to either wash their hands regularly or use the readily available hand gel. Proper hygiene with respect to coughs and sneezes will be stressed. The fourth prompt speaks to cleaning and improved ventilation, all of which we implemented this school year. The district instituted a more intensive cleaning procedure for the 2020-2021 school year, in addition to cleaning all high-touch point areas throughout the day. Water bottle filling stations were installed in every school since water fountains weren't permitted. PPE was provided and given to all staff members, such as masks and face shields. Plexiglass barriers were provided to staff and students where they were needed. Additional disinfecting was completed at night as part of the daily cleaning. The district also hired an engineer to provide a report to identify fresh air in the buildings. The report displayed where fresh air was being introduced into each room in the district. In the spaces that did not provide fresh air, the district introduced fresh air into that space, and that all took place before the opening of school this year. Additionally, MERV 13 filters were provided in the units that could accommodate filters. We added that the use of MERV 13 filters will be reviewed during the summer months so that we can dive deeply to see what their impact was on district air conditioning. All filters throughout the district are changed quarterly. The fifth prompt asks for the school's plan regarding contact tracing, isolation, and quarantine. The district's response is quite detailed and is available within this evening's agenda, whether it be online or in the handout provided during tonight's live meeting. In essence, the school district will consult with the Freehold Area Department of Health and utilize the guidance and best practices for schools provided by the NJDOH and the CDC. The sixth prompt speaks to diagnostic testing and screening. The district will continue its practice of self-screening prior to reporting to school or work. The seventh prompt speaks to the efforts the district has put forth and will continue to put forth to encourage vaccination. This past year, Wall Township Public Schools, along with other districts, participated in a pilot program run by the Visiting Nurses Association of Central Jersey to vaccinate school staff members. Families with children 12 and above were provided with vaccine resources. Special arrangements have been made for students with disabilities that were interested in receiving the vaccine. The district has explored opportunities to extend partnerships to make vaccines available on weekends for regional families if they chose to participate. None of these vaccine clinics have been scheduled to date, however. I would like to add that there is no plan to require student or staff vaccinations at this time. The eighth and final prompt speaks to making special accommodations for students with disabilities. The district recognizes that mask wearing can be difficult for certain children with disabilities. Therefore, accommodations will be provided according to the student's particular need and in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. Alternative personal protective equipment will be provided, such as face shields and plexiglass barriers and/or additional distancing. Staff are offered additional protective equipment, such as face shields and/or K95 masks when caring for students who are unable to tolerate a face mask. Visual cues and pictures schedules can be assisted in creating a class procedure or schedule for hygiene measures such as hand washing. Clear face coverings are available for students who rely on speech reading. This concludes the overview of the 8 required prompts. I would like to drill down a little bit with respect to the vaccines, because I did, I heard some comments, as I was speaking. I would like to say I indicated that I said that we are not looking to require vaccines for students or staff at this time because I don't have a crystal ball, and there are vaccine requirements that the state of New Jersey requires. Whether a coronavirus vaccine is one of them, I don't know. But I will tell you that we have received no guidance on it. So I just wanted to make that clear that I do not know what the future holds, and we do have required vaccines by the state of New Jersey, so I just wanted to provide that. At this time, I would like to invite participants to comment on the 8 district responses to the prompts. Please keep in mind, this is a time to comment. Our task for this evening was not to provide a detailed plan for the return to school in September, as no additional guidance or mandates for September have been shared with school districts yet. I thank you for your time.
At this time, is there anybody that would like to comment on this report? Come on up. Yes. Just state your name and town for the record.
My name is Michelle Burns, and I have 3 kids in this school district. And first, I want to say thank you to Dr. Handerhan for the email tonight stating that masks were optional for the rest of the year. My 10-year-old son was jumping up and down with joy. My husband and I were raised here and went through this school system. We were very happy to be able to raise our kids here. I want to tell you about my family's personal experience this past year with the mask mandates
Ms.
in
Burns,
school.
I'm sorry. Could maybe move that microphone a little closer? I don't know if everybody back there can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to tell you my family's personal experience with this past year with the mask mandates in school. I could recite the scientific data supporting how our kids are not asymptomatic spreaders or how the vast majority are only getting a very mild case that resembles a cold if they contract it at all, but I think it's clear to everyone that the science means nothing to the powers that be. $16,400, that is the amount of money we have spent from May to November 2020 for therapy in my home. for one child. My other two completely shut down. It took me about 2 weeks to actually find a therapist that could fit us into her schedule. Forget about finding one that takes our insurance. They were completely booked. The sessions were over Zoom. I don't know if you have ever dealt with a therapist over Zoom, but it is not ideal or comfortable, especially for a child. After all those months of not seeing real progress, I finally found one that would come to my home. We are finally starting to see some progress, thankfully. All of my kids love school. They love their teachers, love to be with their friends, they love to learn. When the schools first shut down for what we were told was 2 weeks to flatten the curve, they weren't happy, but what's 2 weeks? Those 2 weeks were a nightmare, and virtual learning was not ideal in my house, to put it mildly. As we know, 2 weeks turned into the end of the year. All the activities, graduations, class parties, all canceled. We were all devastated. We missed the teachers, the classrooms, classmates, everything. We appreciated how they acknowledged our 5th grade graduates, but it wasn't the same. And that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the message that was being sent to the kids. You must stay away from your friends and family. You must wear a mask so you don't make your loved ones sick. And worst of all, do you want to be the one responsible for killing your grandparents? My grandmother is 102 years old. She made it to this age because her whole life she had been surrounded by her family that loves and adores her. Her grandchildren and great-grandchildren keep her going. My kids would ask me if it's okay to be near her. We don't want to make her sick, they would say. I would remind them they are healthy and cannot pass along a virus they don't have. The masks were working. They were working in a sense that they were making people afraid to interact. Definitely not working from spreading the virus. That is clear. We had the longest and strictest lockdowns, yet the highest rates of infection and death among any other state. As much as I teach my kids at home about the realities of COVID, how it affects people differently, it can be dangerous for some, especially the elderly and the immunocompromised. They were still afraid. They would hear people talk about how they were afraid to be near others and especially scared to be out in public without a mask. This has caused severe anxiety in my children. They can't fall asleep at night, and when they do, they have nightmares. They have constant stomach aches. They have headaches from wearing the mask in school, even though it's a half day. They complain of not being able to take full deep breaths, and the mask shaming is alive and well. If you pull your mask down for a moment, someone is there to tell you to put it back on. So forget about drinking water at your desk. Even if they are allowed to, they are afraid to. One day they seem fine, and the next they are just sad, and they can't articulate why, just a general feeling of sadness. We have been to the dermatologist twice for skin issues. I can tell you that since we have been mask optional in school the past few days, I have already seen such a great improvement in their attitude. In the morning when I told my son, no mask, he jumped out of bed and was like, yes, like a normal day, Mommy. As the mask mandates are lifted everywhere except schools, the message is very clear to me. It's about vaccines. For years, this governor and some senators have been trying to take away our religious exemption. In January of 2019, they were trying to pass a bill that would eliminate our rights as parents to choose, trying to mandate vaccines. Only a medical exemption would stand. While the parents stood firm, protested loudly but peacefully in Trenton, bombarded our senators, assemblymen, the governor, and anyone else we had to with emails and phone calls to fight these measures, and we, the parents, won. New Jersey Senate President Steve Sweeney declared war on the parents of New Jersey. He actually said those words. The teachers and any adult that wants a vaccine have had plenty of time to get one. There is no emergency among children. My daughter's best friend in 5th grade unfortunately was fighting cancer. We would visit her multiple times a month at CHOP. When the patients at the hospital would leave their rooms, they were the ones in masks, not the healthy people. If you follow me on Facebook, you know I share information that gives parents the ability to make informed decisions. I share data and science, not memes. I don't call people names, I speak respectfully. I am here to fight and stand up for all of our kids. They should not be the group targeted to bear the weight of this virus, a virus that will continue to run its course. The pandemic is over. One COVID death was too many. Why is an increase of suicide among adolescents acceptable? Why is a death caused by the vaccine acceptable? As of June 7th, according to the CDC, there are 5,208 deaths. Mental health is part of the healthcare system. All the symptoms our kids have suffered are physical as well as emotional. These should be accepted as medical exemptions from wearing the masks at school. I truly hope by the time September comes around, we will not be facing these mask mandates again. We will continue to fight for the rights of our children. We will write emails to our governor, senators, assemblymen, the Board of Education, the superintendent, and anyone else we need to. We will make phone calls, peacefully protest, whether in Trenton or at the Wall Township Board of Education building or the Department of Health in Freehold. Everyone has their line in the sand. I know where mine is, and I will not quit until we as parents have the right to decide what is best for our own children. I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there, yep, come on up.
Before my time starts, just please understand what a difficult situation I'm in. Oh, I'm sorry, Christine Shanklin, 2124 Sawmill Lane. Before my time starts, I just want you to all understand what a very difficult situation this is for me tonight. And my goal is only to inspire and unify us for the upcoming school year, to unmask and unplexi our children. And I hope our state dictator's listening to this right now. I stand before you tonight not only as a concerned parent, but also as a dedicated veteran educator of Wall Township, Allenwood School, who has lived almost 180 school days with an amazing group of students during a very challenging year. I want to say that we need to start to do better as a community. I've seen so many actions portrayed by angry people and residents over the past few weeks that are rather alarming. The keyboard warriors and disrespectful words and actions of some are both ineffective and poor judgment on the part of adults. Pointing fingers at anybody in this room is not going to get the job done. You see, this is exactly what our coward leaders on the state level want to create, a divide. And as parents and teachers, we know that we are the best examples for how we want our children to be brought up. Creating a unified community is the only way to fight this fight, and we need to do better. I thank each and every one of you on the Board of Education tonight for your service and dedication. The time you put into our district is great, and it's commendable, and it's far from easy. And you do it all as volunteers, and I fully support your efforts, but let's take a stand now for our kids in our district. I also want to thank you, Dr. Handerhan, our superintendent. You have been present for us staff and for the kids throughout the year in making decisions and keeping us in school, and I thank you for that. All the dedicated teachers out there, thank you. I'm not sure many of you realize how difficult it was for us. A good, strong teacher had to pour their heart and soul into every bit we did this year. Being at school full day is much easier than a half day, and the majority of us wanted to be there all day. I could tell you this, I, along with my colleagues, have never worked harder than we did this year for the sake of our students' academics and social emotional needs. So saying anything different than that about us is creating fake news and unfair, and believe me, the kids hear it and absorb it. Thank you to our school administrators and staff for working so hard and for staying optimistic. I know it was very different from middle school and high school, but on the elementary level, we've been there for 5 days since September, and it made us amongst the minority in the state. As a community, we should be thankful that our students were provided with this opportunity to do so, and it was no small task. I know the staff did not take 1 minute for granted the gift we were given to interact in person on a daily basis. No one in any of these groups had an easy job this year. In fact, many hands were tied. We worked in uncharted territories, learning as we went along. Thank you to the parents. Your support through thick and thin gave the children everything they needed this year, along with us teachers, so thank you. On September 16, 2020, we all walked through the doors of school with hope and enthusiasm. Every first day of school, we always ask our students how they're feeling and if they're upset that summer's over. And this was the first year in my 15 years as an educator, the students in my class unanimously answered that they were happy summer was over and relieved to be back in school. The enormity of that response is huge. It left us all extremely emotional. We began the year with a motivated mindset and excitement like no other. But however, things started to change around the holidays when the reality set in. Seeing students, including my own child, behind rows of plexiglass and masks is nothing less than tragic. Students on every level are now afraid not to feel good in school. They're afraid to go to the nurse out of fear of being sent home and tested, not in fear of a virus. How can we continue to let this happen? It all needs to stop. It is not my place to instruct a child to mask up or to determine if they could breathe properly. The kids are not okay. The small child or adolescent inside is being robbed of experiences that help shape them as people while caged behind their plexi. Coping skills have also been affected, and students present to be more emotional. This past week was absolutely incredible in school. We took a class trip to the middle school. We had field day. We had our 5th grade picnic with no masks or plexi. It was as if all the kids woke up from hibernation and were able to come alive again. They laughed and cheered as we were taking a trip to the middle school, but you would have thought we were going to Disney World. They were finally able to be kids again. We need to be their voices when they cannot talk and be their advocates when they cannot express themselves. As a mother and an educator, I am certain that nobody can make the best decision for anybody else's child. Parents and guardians are responsible for that, and with great passion and concern, I stand before you and state that this is my child and my choice under any circumstance going forward for both masks and plexi. No matter what the temperature is or the virus numbers, it is our right to choose. I want to see their faces in class. I want to give them what they deserve as students. I want them to have the strength and tenacity to persevere through challenging situations. But if we continue to let our state officials dictate a one-size-fits-all when it comes to masking, we are depriving them of this. And as educators, we all know one-size-fits-all never works. I'm by no means an anti-masker. I'm an anti-dictatorship. Show me the science that masks are not needed in extreme heat situations in school, but if air conditioning's present, they must be warm. Show me the science that other states have been living freely for months with no issues, but we're one of the last to have our freedoms back. Show me the science that our children could go to a packed restaurant or venue unmasked, and they can't go to school like that. Explain to me how information's coming out about those that were supposed to be our medical leaders on a national level during this ordeal, exposing them as a fraud, but we still have to abide by them. And to our state leaders, if you're listening, do not try to push your vaccine agenda on our children, because I'm sure most of you are not going to let that touch your young child without further information and years of research. You see...
Ms. Shanklin,
Yes.
your time is up.
Can I have a few more seconds, please?
Okay.
You see, we can't show the science here because we all know that science is a political game. And our children are being used as pawns. Whether you're on the right or left, red or blue, it's not about a mask. It's about standing up for our children and our freedoms as Americans. What we have under attack here is our liberties. The mask and plexi are only the first step to the loss of freedoms and socialistic plans that are behind the hidden agenda. I could have somebody finish it for me if you'd like.
Please stop yelling out.
Would you like me to hand it off to somebody else?
Yes, because I'm sure there's a lot of people, but thank you.
Christine DeSarno, 3117 Truman Court. It's nice that somebody else did the work for me. I appreciate that. These freedoms are slipping away from us at an alarming rate. These children are our future. They are our future of our schools, the future of our communities, the future of our town, Wall Township, the future of America. School is supposed to be a a safe place for kids, a home away from home. Mandating these children to wear a mask and sit behind plexiglass gives them an impression that this safe place no longer exists. I'm not sure how many of you have ever heard Admiral McRaven's commencement speech at the University of Texas. He talks about various life lessons using analogies from SEAL training, many of which we teach our kids at home and in school. And here is an excerpt about standing up to the so-called sharks. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the trainees on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not recently. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summon all your strength and punch at him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. From the words of Admiral McRaven. It is time we start to show them the hope and beauty again in education and experiencing school with your friends and teachers the way it's intended to be. Ladies and gentlemen, it starts with us on the local level. I do not have a clear answer as to how to achieve this, but I know it starts here, together, unified, not pointing fingers. Communication is key. At this point, it takes a village. We need to live by example and stand up together to our so-called dictating leaders, the sharks in this state and our country, and fight together as a community, parents, teachers, Board of Ed, administration, to ensure that we protect our Constitution and our country and do not fail our children. We must show them that we believe in the very things that this beautiful country was built on, liberty and justice for all. Our children, our town, our choice. Thank you for your time, and let's do this together as a community. God bless America always. Let's take back our country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Dr. Richard Greco. I have a child that goes to Central Elementary School, who's just finishing first grade, and I'm very grateful that she got to attend classes this year as well. As somebody who lives with hidden viruses every day, I am a surgeon, so literally every time I'm operating, a break in the glove, a barrier, things like that, could end up with infection, HIV, and much more worse things than we're talking about here, okay? So these are all battles that we all have to live with in terms of helping people and doing those things. So I appreciate your effort and all that. It's quite unusual to see people gathered in a room with no masks on, but yet our children can't, and that bothers me. I mean, I was in Atlantic City 2 weeks ago for a 40th birthday party of a friend, and there was no masks. I mean, people wore masks if they were afraid. You know, that's your choice. Again, choice. You could stand in an elevator with 10 people and there'd be no mask on. Nobody's worried about it now, okay? We got past the battle that we needed to make sure everybody was safe. I work in the hospital. We lost all of our elective surgeries for many months during COVID. That affected my bottom line and my family's bottom line for many months, not being able to operate. I still had to pay my health insurance, my malpractice insurance. Nobody's covering that, okay? Then we started back in doing elective surgeries back in May or June, and we had to gradually work our way into it. Now there's no restrictions. Everybody gets surgery. I mean, they get their COVID test to make sure they're not COVID positive before they have surgery. Elective surgery's booming. The hospitals are open. We're not overrun with COVID anymore. It's time for the kids to go back to school without masks full time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy McInnes, 1609 Holly Boulevard. As a parent with 4 children in the Wall Township Public Schools, I'd like to take this time to express my views concerning the upcoming school year. This is a nice follow-up. I'll first disclose that I'm a pediatric physician certified by the American Board of Pediatrics in both general pediatrics and pediatric intensive care. Over the past year and a half or so, I've cared for children and adolescents with COVID, the post-COVID multi-system inflammatory syndrome, and in the past few weeks, a cohort of adolescents with myocarditis in the days following vaccination for COVID. I provide my qualifications to make it clear that my opinion is educated. The viewpoints I express are anchored by the knowledge and experience I've gained throughout the pandemic. I'd like to make 2 points. Firstly, vaccination against COVID should be an individual decision left to children, their parents, and their healthcare providers, not their governor. Not their governor, their school, or their school board. Trust me, it is a blessing to no longer witness the demise of pediatric patients from vaccine-preventable illnesses. However, questions surrounding these vaccines, particularly in children, persist. In an opinion piece from the British Medical Journal earlier this month, the authors write, for each COVID-19 vaccine, the benefits may ultimately outweigh the harms, or they may not, or we may end up with some nuanced position, finding that benefits outweigh harms for some populations, but not others. Only time and better evidence will tell. Reasonable people will come to different conclusions regarding the risks and benefits of vaccination, and accordingly, members of the community should be given the liberty to make the choice that best suits them. Encouraging children and families to consider vaccination is fair, but requiring such intervention either overtly or covertly through forced masking is unreasonable. Secondly, independent of vaccination status, children should be given the option of returning to the classroom without wearing a mask. Evidence would suggest that children are less able to transmit SARS-CoV-2, and newly published data suggests that masking in schools may not decrease viral transmission. Additionally, in my opinion, and as others have said, the social and emotional implications of masking children in school has not yet been fully realized. Society's response to the COVID pandemic has been filled with decisions that may have seemed like a good idea at the time, but in retrospect, ultimately were not in the best interest of the community. This is no longer an emergency. This is the new normal. We must stop talking about things as safe or dangerous and instead acknowledge the uncertainties that have and will continue to exist. An editorial in the January 2021 issue of the journal Pediatrics reads, "We fear that one day we will look back on this terrible pandemic and recognize the extent to which we have failed our children by being more afraid of their infection and transmission risks than of the prospect of letting them down precisely when they needed us most." I encourage the school board to create an environment where families are given the opportunity to evaluate the risks and benefits of healthcare interventions like vaccination and masking without outside influence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Colleen Fulling. I'm at 4707 Broad Street in Wall Township. Good evening. My name is Colleen Fulling. I'm a licensed social worker. I have my bachelor's from Elon University and my master's in social work from Rutgers University. I specialized in health, mental health, and aging. I am here tonight to discuss why there should be no masks in school. And for those that want to wear it can continue to have their choice to do so. I believe in freedom of choice and our body. My daughter is a first grader. This year has been so challenging. My daughter is very, very upset every day. I wrote a note or an email to the teacher. She says, "I'm done with the plexiglass. I want to see my teachers' faces. I want to see my friends' faces." And she cries and she has tantrums. It's wrong. It's so wrong. I mean, in the school system, the reason why I mentioned my degrees was because we were always taught to research, think outside the box, challenge ideas, discuss as a group. Why are we not doing that now? I think it is so important we start working as a team and stop the you against us. We need to be here for our children and also the teachers. I don't believe that all families and teachers, educators, were okay with the mask mandates. I believe many were fearful to stand up against the leadership that makes executive orders that make no sense. The mainstream media has fed lies and fear to the masses. If you... Thank you. If you look at the research and studies that have been done, you will realize very quickly that masks are useless. Not to minimize the loss of those during COVID-19, but masking and other extreme measures like closing businesses down and all the limitations that our children, our educators, the teachers are wonderful. I've never come across anyone that was disrespectful. I moved to Wall Township for the schools. I was born and raised in Point Pleasant Borough School, went to Nellie Bennett Middle School and high school. I'm proud to live in this area, and I just want my children to have a normal education that I had in the 80s and 90s. You know, we need to bring that back. You know, it's not like that today. It's just not, and it's really sad. My daughter loves school. She even requests to do work that's not even assigned. Sometimes at the most, you know, like at 9 o'clock at night when I want to go to bed because I'm a social worker working full time. You know, we all did what we had to when, you know, March, when the schools closed down, and April. But it was very clear by Mother's Day last year that you know, there was medication coming out. There was more information coming out. You know, the fear within our own family, I'll speak for my own family, started to get less and less by Mother's Day last year. And, you know, the more I learn, the more I realize that we've been out of this pandemic. I've been listening to people that have a lot more knowledge than me, and knowledge is power. And we were out of this last July. And then there was a little uptick in November. But since that, nothing. If you read the research, you know, I printed stuff out, but you just got to look for it or contact me. I just want everything to work together. I just, every day I feel like I'm in this battle. You know, every day I'm praying. Every morning before my kids wake up, I'm reading my mother's, you know, devotional book, and that's what keeps me going. You know, I'm a woman of faith. We all need to come together. We can't do this. We can't have agendas. We can't follow the money. We can't follow the narrative that comes from the mainstream media. We can't. We just can't. I see how my precious little daughter is different, you know, and for the most part, she's still there. But I see a decline. Enough is enough. I'm already looking into other options because I don't like what I'm hearing so far. I'm not, and I've made calls, and I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to feel like I'm living in survival mode every day. We shouldn't live in a country like this. Aren't we America, the land of the home and the free and the brave? Come on, we need to stop the nonsense. We do, okay? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I speak to a specific agenda item, or is that not the time?
Agenda items will be next.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name's Jennifer Spearer, not the Jennifer Spearer, the grade school teacher. That's my sister-in-law. I don't want her in any trouble for my being up here tonight, okay? But I don't want to reiterate everybody's stories. I think we all kind of know where everybody's been for the past 15 months, let's say. Drop off, pick up, mask, no mask, temperature, no temperature, air conditioning, not air conditioning, half days at work, half days at home, kids yelling in the background. Excuse me, I'm sorry, client, my kids are yelling. It's been a disaster, absolute disaster. Going forward into the next school year, okay, my son will be 11. He'll be going into intermediate school. My daughter will be 7. She'll be a second grader at Old Mill. My son will not be of age to get a vaccine if it comes out. I wouldn't even do an emergency type 1. So if it's going to be mandated, you're going to lose the Spearer family in Wall Township. Plain and simple. The other thing that I feel is very important to say, and it's kind of hard. I understand you guys are all listening and you're taking it in, but is it falling on deaf ears or is it actually going to go somewhere? the money that's been given by the American Rescue Plan, if you take that money, are you basically signing on a line saying we have to follow every procedure that you people say? If Murphy says, hey, today I feel like masks should be fashionable, and says EO 175 back on the table, what do we do? Can we not take the money? Did Wall need the money? I don't think we needed the money. If we didn't take the money, we may not have to have these mandates put upon us. Our children could go back to learning full-time, no mask. We already know the science. I'm not going to reiterate the science. I'm not going to talk about the fake news. We all know about that. We trust you guys to be our voice. If you're not going to be our voice and tell them what we feel and we do not want, then we don't want you here. You can leave. There's plenty of us here. Betsy Cross has been written in many a times, never gotten on. Other write-ins got on. I don't get it. Okay? Give the money back. Hear us. Let our children be children and go to school like normal. Let me get back to work. Okay? We don't need it. Give it to other districts. I was born and raised in Plainfield, New Jersey. Do you guys know where Plainfield is? Then after that, I went to Asbury Park. I graduated here, class of 93. I came in 92. Started as a junior. I haven't left since, but I've moved all my life. I'll do it again. My husband, who has lived on South M Street in West Belmar his entire life, does not want to leave here. He loves it here. Okay? I told him, I will pick up my children and go. That's what will happen. Families will start to be torn apart. Hear our voice. Give the money back. Don't sell our children down the river for $1. Thank you.
Mr. President? Can I speak?
Good. Mr. Hall?
Yeah, to that point, that's a great point, and I would like to ask Mr. McKeever, our attorney, are what these people say, is that just silly talk, or is that real? If we don't take money, do we still have to follow the rules? Can you give your legal opinion on that so that we know where we're at?
The $2 million grant is a federal funded grant. The executive orders are from the state of New Jersey. So whether you take the federal money or not, you're guided by the executive orders in the state of New Jersey.
So Dennis, you're saying if the governor still requires masks and we don't take the money, we still have to wear masks according to the executive order, right? Is that what you're saying?
What I said is the grant that's in place is a federal grant. The executive orders are from the state of New Jersey. So to answer your question, you could to the woman's point, you could take the money and then have the governor of New Jersey trigger Executive Order 175 and be guided by 175. You could reject the money and have Executive 175 require you to wear masks. I'm saying it's there's an attempt to correlate the two, but the money is federal money, and you're guided by the executive orders for the state of New Jersey.
Please don't yell out.
I understand that, Mr. McKeever. I just was trying to get to the bottom of the idea where you have the federal government, which is all-reaching, all-powerful, and they say all these things. And then you have the state of New Jersey. They put additional rules in place. And I think what I'm trying to understand and trying to get to maybe the parents to get is that if the Department of Education says, here's $2 million, fill out this form and answer these 8 questions. And we answer them all.
Please.
And we answer those questions.
Please, if you need to talk, please step outside.
That's all right, Ralph. They don't want to hear the answers. I'm trying to get to them.
So to clarify, Mr. McKeever, the federal money from the federal government is not tied to the state of New Jersey at all. The state of New Jersey is its own entity that creates its own executive orders that pretty much everybody here has disagreed with, but we're obligated to follow because that's the law of the land. Could you?
The law of the land of New Jersey right now is governed by the executive orders that have been given to the public schools to be guided by. The Board of Education, this Board of Education is obligated, in fact, all of the Board of Education members are obligated to uphold these the regulations and orders for the state of New Jersey. The federal funding, could there be a correlation if we were to dive or drill down to the correlation? You could find one, but I would tell you that the federal money, whether you accept it or not, you're going to be guided by the executive orders in this state. If that answers your question, I hope it does, but that's the answer. You could not take this money and still have Executive Order 175 in your Executive Order 278 that Governor Murphy could
Well,
write.
let's take Murphy's 175
Excuse me,
out of it.
And this isn't question and answer.
And
this was only comments. And your time is up.
So he could write another executive order that could require masks. So I guide that to you and I say, could you accept the federal money? Could you not? You're still going to be guided by what the governor of New Jersey tells you to do.
Okay, I'm sorry, just have one more question to add to that, because
Point
in
of
the
order.
ELA plans and the plans that are out, when it has the ESSER funds that are in there that came from the federal American Rescue Plan, that kind of mandates how the school boards are supposed to put their plan together. So they basically want you to mirror the Department of Education's plan if you took the money, so that your plan would reflect the same. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Around a lot of it. So my name's Jamie Sullivan, 1295 Wedgwood Road in Wall. So I'm going to be skipping around a little bit because everybody said a lot of stuff today. So my son Tyler is in Old Mill Elementary, and next year possibly intermediate. The reason I'm saying possibly is due to everything that's going on here today. My whole family's in Jersey. It's a little harder for me because I have my ex too. But I've already told him if these things play out, the masking continues, and God forbid this vaccine gets mandated, that we are out of here, that I'm taking my son, leaving my whole family, and going to Florida. Even if it takes me through a forensic court battle, I will do it, because I'm not going to watch my son be played with like he's some test subject. I've seen my son decline over the last year. He used to be, very confident. He's not anymore. He's always worried he's going to get yelled at. Is my mask on right? Are people going to yell at me? And, I had to tell him going to stores now, no, it's okay. You can go in a store. You don't have to worry. You're not going to get yelled at. And it's breaking my heart, because that's not how children need to feel and be treated. There's many studies on masking and how, it's the simple seeing a smile. It makes people, it brightens you. It helps you get confidence. And that's not happening anymore to these kids. To me, it's like a form of child abuse. The children play freely when they're not in school. They play in groups with one another. They get together. They do sports. And the way they're in school now, they're currently taught to fear freedom, like hiding behind a face covering that scientifically is not effective. I mean, it even says it on the box of the mask, and it's causing more harm. Emotionally, it's teaching the children to be submissive and to be fearful, and physically, they're not even breathing fresh air anymore. Not to mention, they drop their mask, they get dirty, they're putting that bacteria on their faces. It's just not healthy, and there's no medical benefit to it, and it has to end. We as humans, we're social. We depend on facial expression, to learn, react, to feel, to understand. And now, these children aren't doing that. There's numerous studies even on babies when they're in the NICU that they have to see facial expression so that they can grow. And that's not happening. And so it's our job to protect these kids, and it's your job to help protect them. That's why you're here, to be our voice, and we just need you to do that. So that's really all I wanted to say today is, be our voice like we need you to be, or else we're leaving.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mary Connors, Woodchuck Lane. Just want to say, can you add my name to Mrs. Shanklin's speech? Just put it right on the bottom. I was home watching Zoom because I was in the middle of dinner and preparing my lesson plans for tomorrow and getting everything ready in our house. And she moved me and my son, who was her student, to tears. Thank you very much. She taught my son last year, who, if anyone knows my son, he leads his life through his heart, and he wears it on his sleeve. He's not understood by children, but Miss Shanklin had him down to a T, and she brought him out and created this beautiful young man. To see him shut down again, 2 years ago, to see him shut down again in his 7th year. He's down to 2 friends, maybe possibly a fringe 3, because people don't get him, and behind the mask, it's even harder for them to get him. I know, Ralph, you see him now, he's pushing the lawnmower. We took your job away, because I had to get him outside. You know, I said, this boy needs sunshine, he needs air, he needs light, he needs to be in the world again. He's been removed from the world. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. But in addition to that, and adding my name to Mrs. Shanklin's speech, I want to thank you because you gave me a job. Because we're half days and we're masking, a private daycare put in full day kindergarten, and I got a job. I'm now a kindergarten teacher. So thank you for forcing families out of Wall Township schools. So we have to ask the children to mask, but we can't because so many of them are under 2, and it's impossible to keep a mask on children's face. But the ones that do keep it, by the end of the day, they're soaking wet. They're touching it, they're touching their face, they're touching me. And I've had 0 cases of COVID. So you're not going to prove that by me through the science. And I would love to lose my job, so please go back to normal.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin Lynch, Roosevelt Street. I'm just going to make a comment on the plan. I'm just a little disappointed that there's only 20% of the funds that are being allocated to mental health, especially after hearing all these people speak. So I know that you've already passed the budget amount, but I don't know what kind of negotiations or what power you guys have in terms of those fundings, or whether there's any more room in the budget to allocate for those mental health for their children, or different programs, or even resources for our community members. That's all.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Cortez. I live on Foxfield Circle in Wall. So I'll keep this brief. A lot of the stuff has already been said, but I just wanted to speak tonight on the plan for reopening full-time in the fall. So first of all, I am thankful that my children have all been in school in some form since September, but I am honestly concerned for what the fall may bring. What I thought would be a transition to full-time school this spring did not happen. So like many others, I am concerned as to what the plan is for this fall. I am trusting you all have the best interests for our children, and our kids really have had a year like no other. So if we are speaking about data and following the science, I know other people have spoke about it, but we do know that most children will not get a severe case of COVID-19. Also, our children have been for months involved with sports, activities, being social with friends, this whole time. Fortunately, the numbers in children with that have not risen. Yes, there have been severe cases, but this is a very small percentage. I do work in a local hospital, and the numbers are at the lowest since March. So, and I do believe that we have not seen a positive case in our schools in weeks. Many teachers are vaccinated now, and we have been mask optional for several school days, and to my knowledge, there has not been any negative impact to this point. Thankfully, we are moving forward, and we want to continue to head in that direction. Now, while our governor tells us children may need to remain masked until vaccines are available to them, my question is he's assuming that parents will be getting in line to vaccinate their children as soon as it's available. This is every parent's individual choice, and I think to single out, if we were going to mask mandate, I think that would be a terrible thing to keep a child in a mask that is not vaccinated, and I feel like it would just be mentally detrimental and cruel to do that. So I would never fault anyone for vaccinating their child or vice versa. There are potential negative side effects from the vaccine and from COVID-19. So I think it just needs to be a personal choice for the parents and the child. And I just urge you, as you plan for the next school year, please do not mandate masks and do not mandate vaccinations for the children of this district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Rubino, Hillcrest Path. So I just have to touch on a few of the points, the return to school. So there's 8 points. I'm just missing where there's anything about education in this. I know we talked about hand sanitizer, the percent of alcohol in it, tissues, the MERV 13 filters, just in regards to the vaccinations for educator staff, Dr. Handerhan, I happened to mention, you said Wall Township is not saying vaccines will be mandated at this time. If you could put that in the point, so that's submitted in our plan, if for be, but we don't need this money. We don't need $2 million. We need our kids to learn. Where does it say, I mean, none of this matters. I mean, my child is finishing 3rd grade. He can't really read. It's a problem. Where's the plan for the schooling, the learning? This is all just for $2 million? Like, that's pocket change to Wall Township. We know that. We see the budget. And in regards to Mrs. Shanklin's speech tonight, it touched everyone's heart here. She's one of my best friends since the beginning of time, and she is a person that you need to keep in this district. She's a mother of children, and we're on the fence here because she doesn't want to teach in half a library with masks on her kids for the rest of the time. So we need to have a better plan to facilitate learning, education, and this doesn't mean anything. What's our return to learning? You're the schools, right? Yes? Okay. So if Dr. Handerhan, the vaccines are just a huge thing. If you could put those things, if this is what we have to do, but I'm also concerned that we have to reevaluate this every 6 months till 2023. So to me, you're talking in the future. You talked in the future, spoke in the future this whole time about masks and hand washing and contact tracing. We're not going to contact trace next year. We can't, because you can't put kids out of school if we can't virtual learn in the state of New Jersey, right? And we're tired of pleading with you. We just want our kids back in school, happy, smiling, and just learning, because there's going to be a consequence for the lack of learning. I happen to be, he'll kill me if I say this, but I'm married to a high school administrator, and it scares him to death that he has to contact trace instead of do curriculum. It's internal, but you as the board can support your admins to do otherwise. That's all. Let's do it for the kids, guys.
Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Handerhan, can you please just reiterate what these talking points are that are federally mandated?
Certainly. Thank you, Ms. Stites. The 8 writing prompts that we were required to fill, required to respond to, speak to health and safety. That is not an educational plan. So that is not an educational plan. So that was specifically the 8 areas that we had to respond to. I would like to mention that I'm certain that you are aware that we are running academic programming this summer for the students. spanning the kindergarten through 12th grade continuum. So that is taking place because we certainly recognize that there has been learning loss, as has every other school in the state of New Jersey. Monies have been allocated for that, and we are very excited with the great turnout that we are expecting for our summer programs. Additionally, right now, Wall Township Public Schools is planning for, we're planning for a full day school year. So we've budgeted for that during all the budget workshops. Starting back in February, our intention has always been for the 2021-2022 school year to be back in school full time. It saddens me that, in many ways that we're not back in school right now, but there were many reasons. Many factors that came into that decision. So I know I've talked to several faculty, the administrators, certainly the board members, many parents, and we look forward to welcoming the kids in September. We look forward to welcoming them. School, I've heard a lot of parents conveying their experiences. As an educator, none of us entered the education business because we wanted to see children in masks. None of us entered this profession for that. We entered this profession to make positive impact on the lives of children and to educate them and to work with parents to really help nurture the students into being the best that they could possibly be. So that is the charge. Again, I would like to reiterate that these 8 talking points were specifically for health and safety purposes. It is not a learning plan. There is a great deal of work that is taking place. Certainly, a summer program is not going to make up for the amount of time that was lost since March 2020. It's a good start. But know that there's going to be a tremendous amount of effort. Our teachers, our administrators, our counselors. There's going to be an awful lot of work digging down and determining what our kids need. And one student will certainly have different needs than the other student. I would like to, while I have the microphone, respond to one of the comments, and thank you for it, regarding mental health and learning loss with the 20%. I shared that this evening because it is a 20% minimum that is required. Everyone, certainly at this dais and in the schools, certainly school employees, recognize that mental health is an absolute priority for this community, and as it is in other areas. But know that that was a 20% minimum. So that is monies, the actual allocations have yet to be done. Again, we were required to have the 8 talking points with respect to health and safety. The actual learning plan, the budget, is still yet to come. So with that said, I do want to note that one of the reasons why there is a public comment in sharing these talking points is to elicit the feedback specific to these particular 8 areas. And I thank you certainly for your comments. I know masking was certainly at the forefront, but I thank you. I don't know where you are because I can't see you, but thank you for bringing mental health to the forefront. And I think a few parents did, so I appreciate that.
Mr. President?
Yes.
If I could just add, I would just like to say, and again, I pretty much agree with just about everything that everybody said here tonight. I can just tell you personally, and I think I'm speaking for the board, I may not, I don't see any scenario where this board would ever require anyone to be vaccinated unless we were dictated to by the state of New Jersey and told had to. I don't think anybody here has an appetite to do that kind of thing. So while I understand your frustration with us because you think that we're not doing anything, I think that the volumes of people that came here today, if the frustration could also be directed at Trenton a little more, and I hope you are doing that. I think that would be really helpful because I think we're your neighbors and we're your friends, and we don't disagree with pretty much a lot of what you're saying. It's just that if I was to resign tonight and one of you was come up and sat here, you think magically that you could start doing all these things that you want us to do, and then the reality would be that you can't do that. And so I think that's the problem the disconnect we're having. That's the disconnect we're having is that while it seems like people think, oh, the Board of Ed can do magical things, and we can't. We're mandated to do certain things. And if, just like the governor says you have to have car insurance, well, you can't say, well, I don't feel like doing that. The governor says you have to be vaccinated to get into school at kindergarten. You have to fill out a form. We don't want that. I don't want anybody vaccinated against their will. I don't want anybody wearing masks against their will. None of us want that. But again, we're working towards that. And I think, again, I hope all you guys are, going out to the state and to your state representatives and as much as you are to us, because I think that's where the real decision making comes from. We can do on the edges, but yeah, I don't know. You're saying that I'm hearing people say, no, you can take the masks away. Well, we can't. That's just factually incorrect. And you just keep repeating. You talked about fake news. It's fact news. Like, we can't.
Please stop yelling out. That's not how a meeting. Mr. Hall, are you?
I mean, I think I got my point across. I mean, I'll gladly listen to what the young lady has to say, but.
Thank you. You got 2 points there. All right. I'm Lynn Masson, 1628 Rustic Court. I think what we're trying to say is we're asking you to represent us. We would like the Board of Education, who represent us, our children, the superintendent, to write to the governor on our behalf. That is what we want. Yes, we will do individual, we will write, we will go, we will protest, but we would like a little effort. I feel like as nice as you are and gentle speaking about it, and I love that you agree with us, but you kind of have this like, well, we just can't change it. Well, but maybe we can if we work together, but we need some effort from you guys to represent our children. That's what we're asking, to represent them on behalf of masks, no mandated vaccines. And then I have a whole other issue I didn't want to get into tonight. I wrote in case, but I believe part of the federal funds is the social emotional learning. Let's call it what it is. It's critical race theory. And that is another issue that I want to point out, issues I have with that. And I believe the Board of Education and the superintendent has to be our voice to the federal government, to the state government. I don't know, should I get into the critical race theory? I don't know.
Thank you. Ralph.
I can do that too. That is part of the federal fund. Am I correct in saying that?
That's not part of this particular document.
What are the 8 points of the federal grant?
Dr.
Please.
Handerhan went through it.
Can she say it again?
It's
Oh, they're not ready for that. Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Krupa.
I think it's important.
Okay. That'll be a later date.
It's important to realize that curricular decisions prior to COVID, prior to any public crisis that you can think of, come from what the community, educational experts, the needs that we have as a society to better the future for ourselves and our children. I believe that if we continue with the review of curriculum, content, and topics, as it has been even during my tenure as an educator, that when things that you are concerned about, just as individual and others, with regards to whatever that topic is, and I know what it is, but I'm just trying to tell you that there is opportunity and there is right for you to voice your concerns with that, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I want to assure you, though, that that process will continue to respect those voices. But to stand up and say what you just said, it's almost insulting, because we are representing you, and as a curriculum person, I want to do what's best for my children and yours, and that's all I have to say about that.
Ralph?
Yes.
Just a couple comments real quick. One thing, we did write a letter to the governor requesting for masks not to be on there. So that is something we have done. Just to piggyback on what Joe was saying in terms of the vaccinations, I think we are aware of, news and different things like that. I saw a news program today that there was a prom and they wrote Sharpies and numbers on unvaccinated people at the prom. I can tell you that I'm not going to vaccinate my kids. I have 3 of them. Certainly not right now. And I think we should write a letter to the governor in reference to the vaccinations. And I do believe that there's a lot of people on this board that feel that same way. So I want everybody here to know that your voices are not falling on deaf ears. They were heard last month. They were heard the month before that. There are all sorts of there's a lot of understanding up here for what you guys are saying, and there's a lot of belief and support for what you guys are saying. So I want you to know that. But I do think, and we talked about this a little while ago, because I said the masks is one thing, and I said, I really think we need to get out in front of the vaccinations. I think that that's an important thing to do. And I have to go to the bathroom, so I don't want to be rude, but I'm going to run out that back door, and then I'll be right back. So sorry about that.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Piper Waitzel. I live on Bernadette Court. I just want to say how heartwarming it is to hear this feedback back from Mr. Sanfilippo, because a lot of us are just asking for that. We send emails, we make the phone calls. We just want to know how you are feeling and if you support us. So I'm sad he left the room. I wish he could be here to hear me say that. So thank you for letting him say that.
I'm not going to be mean. Patty Nowalski, Wall Township, obviously. One thing I want to start with real quick, because you addressed, Dr. Hanrahan, you addressed us to read all this to us, was how come you haven't responded to emails? Thousands of them, hundreds of them. I emailed you. You must be sick of me, but I'm not going to stop, because I need answers. Even if you said, thanks, Patty, that's a reply, correct? I'm going to say it because I know my friend's probably not going to say it, but he'll owe me a drink later. When you got this job, you said last year, I'm here to work with you. I'm here to work with you. Work with us. We're asking you to work with us. I know many of you volunteer. You got the job. I know many of you very well. I'm not saying, never have been, that you're not doing the job. I'm not saying that I'm taking the job. I was asked, I'm not doing it. What I'm saying is the transparency here and the communication here, and you say you're going to get on there and do something, but then you don't email anybody back. You say at the last meeting, I'm here to talk to you. You can text or call me, because you have my number. You don't have to shush me. You don't have to tell me to calm down. I'm not going to calm down. These are my children, my children. I'm entrusting you with my children. I'm not even reading half my notes because I knew I wasn't going to do it. These are my kids. My kids will not be masked next year. My taxes pay your salary. My taxes pay your salary. My daughter, Faith Nowalski, and Teddy Grace Nowalski will not be in a mask. I'm not asking you to unmask them. I'm telling you, they're not going to be masked. There's no reason for it. And you know what you have to do? You have to do what Manasquan is doing right now at their Board of Ed meeting. They are getting together as a board to email Murphy and say, our school district is not going to have masks. We're not going with the executive order. You can read me the executive order all day, Dr. Handerhan. You read this whole entire thing to us. You wasted like 45 minutes. We know this. We don't want you to read this to us. I'm not in second grade. I want you to stand up and say, you guys hired me? Guess what? Wait till Murphy gets a load of me. Wait till Murphy hears me. I can read this. I went to Trenton. Who said go to Trenton? I went to Trenton. I emailed my legislators. I emailed Murphy. I emailed Steve Sweeney. Has any of you ever emailed Steve Sweeney? Because he's a slime ball, and he's the reason that half our kids are like this. So don't tell some of us we're not doing it. We are doing it. We need you to be our support. We need you to communicate. Chris talking back was the best thing ever. The best thing ever. I know you don't want a Q&A, but maybe just answer a question. He stood up on the board and answered a question. Thank you, Chris. Answer a question. Talk to us. One of the board members and I texted, and the person said to me, we can't be divided. We have to be on the same team. We have to respect each other. I know you get sick of people yelling out, but I've been to board meetings years ago when some of you weren't on the board, and you yelled out too. So why is it not allowed now? We're frustrated. We're frustrated. We want answers. We want you to show us you're doing something. And Ralph, I know you emailed the governor, but that was a PC, politically correct email. You did not say, we don't want masks. You said, we would like to blah, blah. It was not saying unmask our kids. That's what it was not saying. It was definitely not saying unmask our kids. And go into this. So you said pop-up, there's going to be pop-up vaccines in Wall. You're going to have pop-up vaccines this summer, but you're not going to, you talked about having, here it is, a vaccine sites for the Wall Township partnered with Visiting Nurses Association, enabling students 12 and older. But you're saying we're not going to, that's pushing a vaccine. Where do these, who pays for these? What pays for these? Do our tax dollars pay for these? That's pushing a vaccine. You're pushing kids to get vaccinated. My kids will not be vaccinated with a test drug that, God forbid, nobody knows what's in it. And then what else do you have in here? Water filling stations that you provide, you put in the schools. You didn't. Old Mill. I'm on the Old Mill Home and School. We paid for water filling stations at Old Mill. Old Mill Home and School, parents' money paid for the filling stations at Old Mill. So if you're going to write stuff, just make sure you have it right. And my daughters at WIS, and oh, by the way, both my daughters' water bottles have been empty since the mask came off. They're drinking water at school. Thank you. Put it in, make sure you write it right. I want to tell you something. I drove Teddy to school today. She missed the bus. She goes, and Teddy loves school. My other one doesn't love school. She goes, I love not going into school. I go, I know you do. She goes, no, I love it even more, Mom, without the mask. She goes, seeing everyone's faces is the best thing ever. When the bus pulled up last Tuesday, Gary, the best bus driver, pulled up. Gary is waving to us like, hi, nice to see you, never met you. Never seen Gary's face. I started crying. It wasn't Gary's face. It was the two kindergarten girls sitting in the front seats, smiling and waving us at the bus stop. I don't know whose kids they are, but I started crying because I could see these little girls' faces that I've been looking at since September, and their little masks, their masks are free. Free their faces. It's on you. You work for us. It's on you. We are not going to be mean to you. We want to work with you. Hey, tell me what to do. Send me an email. Say, Patty, we need your help. Start emailing people. I'll sit on the airplane and email people all day for you guys. I'll help you if you help me. We have to work together. We have to work together. And I know you don't like the yelling out, but maybe you just once in a while just go, okay, calm down. What did you say? maybe just try to hear it, because maybe it's somebody that's really quiet, that doesn't want to come up here and speak, but they have something that frustrates them. And then say, hey, I'm sorry, who was that? Hi, what's your name? Come on up here. And maybe you'll get people to come up here. But don't yell at everybody and act like we're 5-year-old children. We're grown adults who pay taxes, and we want our kids unmasked. That's all we want, and I thank you guys all for your volunteering.
Thank you.
Before I start, I want to ask God to please give me the strength, the courage, and the words. My name is Kim Housling. I'm a Wall Township resident. I have lived in this town for 48 years. I've been quite vocal the last week. I think everybody probably knows who I am. I know Dr. Handrahan. Hi, I'm Kim Housling. I have one child, and my only child, and I am so fearful for his life that I'm beside myself. I don't know how to act right because I don't know what to do for him. My son is in 6th grade, comes home with mask full of blood. He's got allergies. He's got bloody noses. He gets a mask full of blood. What's going on here? It scares me to death that my son is not seeing. The world that right now is just insane, and the critical race theory crap that's going to be coming up. It's going to be coming up, so you can't hide it. It's going to be coming up. The diversity, inclusionary, whatever, it's coming up. The vaccine's ridiculous. There should be no vaccines on our school grounds or pushed in any way. I want to reiterate, my son will not be wearing a mask in September. Jaden Housling, Egloff, he will not be vaccinated in September, and he will never get a COVID test. And he will never be taught CRT in whatever critical race theory. I'm telling you right now, I've from old middle school to high school, graduated. And I love this town, and I love this school system, and I love the people in this school system. And I have worked in customer service for 25 years at the local supermarket. And it scares me to death what's going on happening to our children right now. And I'm sorry if I have been disrespectful to anybody or have scared anybody or for some reason made you feel like you needed to call the police on me because I couldn't get an answer. And I waited for 2 hours and still couldn't get an answer and was told that you had no time for me. I am a mother of a child in this school district. I am a mother who went through this school district. And I should matter. My son should matter. You should make time for all of us. You should listen to us and hear us and help us. And I agree, we need to do this together. We can't fight, and I am sorry. We can't fight each other, and I am sorry for the things that I have caused anybody any kind of discomfort. I apologize, okay? But I'm terrified. And I feel like we're getting nowhere with anybody. We don't have help. It's like all of us out here know what's going on, but we can't seem to get anybody to help us or give us answers. I just pray to God you do the right thing for our children, unmask them, no vax, none of this crazy critical race theory, or I will not be having my son in public schools in Wall Township, and it'll break my heart.
Thank you.
My name is Ellie Rezick, and I'm a Wall resident, and I have 2 kids in the system. Many of the things, my points, kind of reiterate other things that other people have said, but just want to dive a little deeper on the vaccine. My concern this evening is the idea of the districts actively looking for community partnerships for on-site vaccinations of students 12 and older. After reading that agenda item, I couldn't help but ask the following question. Isn't anyone on this board aware of children experiencing serious side effects as a result of the vaccine? Things like blood clots, myocarditis, which is serious heart inflammation, facial paralysis, extreme and irregular menstrual cycles, full body paralysis, inability to swallow. These things are happening out there in the world, okay? If the board is aware of these reactions, I don't see how our district would even consider facilitating vaccinating for our students. In fact, the district should be ensuring that parents are fully educated about these risks. If the board is unaware, then I suggest the board members broaden their scope and seek out alternative sources while researching these critical topics, because the other side of this issue is being blacked out by the mainstream news. Currently, the CDC's VAERS system, which stands for Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, has close to 6,000 deaths and literally hundreds of thousands of adverse events reported in the US from the COVID vaccine. Okay? Granted, there is a margin of error on this reporting system, but to put that number into perspective, during the past 20 years, total vaccine deaths in the US have averaged about 1 to 200 annually for all vaccines. So we're already at 6,000. Close to it. I think it's 5,888, the last I checked. It's a little tricky to do the search too, which makes it hard to actually find the data. In 1976, the swine flu vaccine was halted after only a handful of deaths. We're well past the point where this rollout should be totally halted. As it relates to kids, I've come across many stories of young people suffering blood clots in the brain, myocarditis, full body paralysis, and even death. These tragic events are happening so often that the CDC announced that they will hold an emergency meeting on June 18th at the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice to address increased rates in inflammation of the heart muscle and heart lining after COVID-19 vaccination, particularly in young people. In a June 10th meeting, the CDC disclosed, as of May 31st, 475 cases of myocarditis, pericarditis, were reported in the VAERS of Americans aged 30 and younger. The condition called myocarditis and pericarditis can cause permanent heart damage. One promising 17-year-old basketball player I read about from Utah who took the vaccine so he could travel with his team this summer suffered life-threatening blood clots in the brain. What's worse is this boy could have permanent neurological damage. For what? An illness that he could have easily shaken off anyway? It has since been realized that the boy already had antibodies, which intensified his reaction. Again, another very important piece of information blocked from getting to the public. Those with antibodies don't need a vaccine, and their risk of injury increases with antibodies. Parents need to know these things. Before I continue, I'd like to quickly highlight some dangerous communication strategies and tactics I've noticed during these 456 days of flattening the curve. Only one side of very important issues like the effectiveness of lockdowns, masks, and vaccines is considered. These one-sided views are forced upon the public, and any challenging viewpoints or arguments are dismissed as conspiracy theories, or even worse, people are deemed murderers for using common sense instead of the so-called science that is never produced. Number two, these one-sided views are pushed on the public through aggressive PR campaigns on TV, radio, pop culture, corporations, big tech, and we're forced to expect that side of the issue as the truth and abide by what goes along with that. Again, continually being coerced by a barrage of messages telling us to dismiss and to dismiss conflicting information that has come forth that make a heck of a lot more sense. Like the mask mandate, this is what's happening with the vaccines. There has been a heavy propaganda-style PR campaign to the general public to take the vaccines and assure they are safe and effective, while blocking any opposing views about how they are not fully tested, are not necessarily medically necessary, that's redundant, sorry, are experimental, and are now causing injuries and deaths. They're even resorting to bribing people with beers, shots of liquor, lottery tickets, ice cream cones, donuts. It's pretty pathetic. If the vaccine is so great it should sell itself, why do they have to bribe people? Are people catching on? Are the numbers declining? I certainly don't want our schools to seek community partners and or offer up our school grounds for something that could potentially harm one of our students. I'd also like to caution people that the anti-vaxxer label was created to discredit anyone who questions Big Pharma. The public has been cleverly conditioned to dismiss any opposing views when it comes to standard recommended vaccines and or preventative treatments as the anti-vax agenda. I can assure you that the vast majority of people quickly labeled anti-vaxxers are not against safe and fully tested vaccines. They're for parental rights, patient-informed consent, and against untested, medically unnecessary experimental injections that could cause permanent injury and even death. We're being asked to take an irrational risk with our lives and with our children's lives. I know this isn't happening yet, but if it were mandated, while the pharmaceutical industry manufactures, the pharmaceutical manufacturers assume zero liability with injury. Having said all this, I'm almost done. I urge the board of this district to, 1, seek out alternative sources of information to become informed about both sides of the issue. Number 2, protect parents' rights to choose when they want their child to get this whether they want their child to get this experimental injection. Number 3, help educate our districts about both sides of the vaccine issue. Seek out the pros and cons so parents can make the most informed decisions. Most importantly, join with the parents of this town to resist any form of coercion, segregation, and/or state mandates of the vaccine. Finally, if Governor Murphy told us all to jump off a bridge, we would resist. We are at a similar crossroads and should treat it as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on the document from?
My name's Brian Fell. I live in Apple Ridge, in Wall Township. I have family members that sat in Chris's seat, Ralph's seat, Dr. Handrahan's seat, and my wife's a former educator, all in Wall Township. All in Wall Township. Mr. Hall, I appreciate your comments earlier when you said that you are up here on behalf of our children. And I know that there's other people up here that are as well. And I would just urge the board to continue to work together and push Dr. Handrahan to use her contacts within the Monmouth County Superintendent's Office and the State Superintendent's Office to continue to keep our children first.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betsy Cross. I live in Wall Township. I've been going to meetings for 11 years now. And, you know, people wonder why I still do it. And I do it because the majority of the time, the people that are sitting up here, I don't trust at all. So I'm glad Christine Seitz is now coming back in because I ran against Christine. And I put my name in. You always told me, come on, put your name in, put your name in. I put my name in. Put my name in a number of times. You picked Eric Brophy, you picked Christine Seitz. So I keep coming to the meetings because I don't trust you up here. And most of these people back here don't trust you either. So I know you're shaking your head, Joe, but...
Ms. Cross, do you have a comment on
Yes,
this
I do.
document?
It's hard. Have
It's
people
my
come-
time, Joe. You can talk after.
Can you give her an extra minute, Ralph, if I make
It's
a
my
comment,
time.
please?
No. You're wasting my time, exactly. So by a raise of hands, let us know from your email from school how many of you personally wrote to the governor on our behalf. Raise your hands.
This isn't question
Board
and answer.
members, raise your hands. Andy, thank you very much for doing that. Did anybody else? I know if I was sitting up there and I wrote a letter, I'd be shouting it out to everybody in Wall Township. So I don't know, Mr. Adonisio. I think your letter was just for yourself. It didn't have anything to do with the children of Wall. It was your brownie points for you, maybe getting the SMRSA job, who knows. But when you tell people you can't write to the parents, you can't email back, but what, you can just write to the governor? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. And to have your wife post on Facebook that she was on the
Ms.
beach at
Cross,
2:05 the
okay.
day after we were here, that
Well,
was not
first of all,
right.
Ms. Cross, you are absolutely incorrect.
I'm not incorrect.
You are incorrect. Because if you want to steal pictures off someone's Facebook page and you want to personally
I
attack
didn't
them like you
steal a
always
picture
do.
off of anybody's Facebook page.
you
I think
did,
it was
Ms. Cross.
posted to 1,000 people of her
You did.
friends.
You did.
So a lot of people, I didn't steal anything. Don't you ever, ever say that, Mr. Adonisio.
Well, Ms. Cross, you know, if you're going to sit
All
here
right,
and
this
attack
is my
people
time,
personally,
Mr. Adonisio.
No, Ms. Cross, this is the Board of Education time.
No, this is my public comment time. I'd like to know, where is the questionnaire that you have to fill out? That's what we want to see. Whatever you have to have posted and completed by tomorrow, that's what you should have been going over tonight. Here's our questionnaire, here's the question, here's our answer. I want to know, of the 2.1 million, how much goes towards item number 1? How much goes to item number 2? How much goes to item number 3? For just rattling off this piece of paper for 45 minutes, that got us nowhere. Everybody did a great job talking. Michelle Burns, Christine Shanklin, Colleen Fulling. I could go over the list. I sat at home and I listened to it. Everybody is very passionate. And just like I say at every Board of Ed meeting, our lives begin to end the moment we become silent on things that matter. And my kid matters. And I knew in September when you changed that contract, you were never going back. And Dr. Handerhan, you just said tonight, in the February budget, we budgeted next year to go back full time. So you knew in February you were not going back full time. Why didn't you let these parents know? They might have pulled them out and went to Manasquan, Spring Lake Heights. You knew you weren't going back because you were taking your orders from the union, Mr. Adonisio, not taking the orders from
You're
what's best for the
absolutely
students.
Incorrect. And
If
your
you knew in
timeline
February-
is absolutely incorrect as well, as usual.
If you
because
knew in
what
February-
Dr. Handerhan said was when we created the budget this year in February, our plan is to go back to school full-time in September of this year. So you're all over the place with your facts or lack
So
of facts
when
as
did you
usual.
know you were not going back for the rest of the year? Why didn't you let the parents know? They might have pulled their kids. I took my kid out end of August. The minute you changed that contract, I knew you were not going back till the end of the year. And when a principal's kid took their kid out too, the writing's on the wall. Wake up, folks. These people are not working for you. They're changing contracts, hiding it. I was on that call,
Nothing
Mr.
was hidden.
Adonisio. You didn't even say what you were changing. You didn't go over it, nothing. Nobody back here knew about it till like a month ago, right? How transparent are you? Zero, Mr. Adonisio, zero. And like I've said at meeting after meeting, you will go down in history as the worst Board of Ed president.
Thank
and
you, Ms.
we have
Cross.
had a number of terrible
Thank
ones.
you. I love your personal attacks. Your time is up.
They're not personal attacks. I'm speaking the truth. Could you let us know how
Your
many
time is
MERV
up, Ms.
filters?
Cross. Thank you.
How many MERV
Ms. Cross, your
filters that
time
you
is up.
have that you're replacing?
Okay,
I'd
Ms.
like
Cross,
to
your
know.
time is up.
I'd also like to know
Ms. Cross, your
that
time is up.
resolution.
Your time is up, Ms. Cross. Your time is up. Mr. Dugan, could you? Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Okay. All right. Seeing no other public comment on this issue, we will. Yes.
So I was on the fence about coming up. My name is Kim Hansen. I live on Liberty Lane in Wall. Oh, sorry. Kim Hansen. I live on Liberty Lane in Wall. Dr. Hannerhan and I have a very good working relationship. I'm still employed at Rumson Fairhaven High School. Dr. Hannerhan came from Rumson. And I knew we were in good hands here in Wall. And what alarms me is that I think Dr. Hannerhan is being silenced from responding to community and taxpayers in this town. Because I know I emailed Dr. Hannerhan at least 10 times last week about my daughter, Blakely Hansen, that goes to Central School. And I never got a response. And I think that's why the community and these parents are so outraged at what is happening is because nobody's listening. We are being silenced, and we're not going to be silenced. I would like you to add Blakely Hanson to not wearing a mask any longer, and I appreciate Dr. Handerhan sending her email today. I think this room would have been filled with 300 more people. So I appreciate taking the masks off. I think that us evaluating a building every single day is a little bit ridiculous, to be honest with you, because the air conditioning in Central School hasn't been working. And you know that because your wife works there. And when my daughter would come home and say, I'm sweating in a mask, and nobody answered our emails, not even Mrs. Antonello. So they're being silenced. And I leave it up to you as the president. I came here years ago when the trailers were being spoken about. And I trusted you and I believed in you. And I don't appreciate a superintendent because Tracy knows that in Rumson that would not happen. These parents come out and they fight every day for their children, and that's what we're going to continue to do, and we're not going to be silenced any longer. You have the right to email and to voice your concerns to the governor. What is happening in this state alone is disgusting. And it can no longer happen. So when one person raises their hand on this Board of Ed that wrote a letter, I leave it in your hands. You should be standing up for these children. And I ask you, and I continue to ask you, to do what is right. Because when you silence us and when nobody responds to the community and it's all out on social media, people are enraged. You have to respond to us. And you hired Dr. Handerhan, and I have her contract here, that states that she will work day in and day out outside of school hours to communicate with this district. And she has not done that. And I blame you. She should be responding to every single taxpayer that has emailed her because we pay her salary. So I appreciate Dr. Handerhan, and we had a great relationship, and I was thrilled with that she was going to come to this district and make positive changes. But when she's not allowed to do that because the Board of Education is not allowing her to do that for some reason, and these kids are still in masks, and school is still not open, we're still on phase 1 when every other school district is open. You should be ashamed of yourself. So I really hope if you do stay on this Board of Education that you make some serious changes, because it has to change here and we have to work together. We don't want to work against you, but you need to show us that you're working with us, not against us. So thank you so much, and Dr. Handerhan, thank you.
Thank you. What I do want to say, though, is nobody on this board has ever stopped any administrator or told any administrator never to respond. But I can tell you, Dr. Handerhan, how many? Okay, so you, I. I understand what you're saying, but there's only so many hours in the day. Dr. Handerhan stays at the office sometimes until 11 o'clock at night and cannot physically respond to every email that comes in and administer the district. And I understand the frustration, and hopefully as we move forward, things will lighten up and she'll be able to communicate with everybody on the way she was prior to all this. But you got to understand, the amount of emails she's been bombarded with, nobody, if you did it a full-time job, 24 hours a day, you still wouldn't be able to respond to everyone. And you know what? To sit there and be frustrated, Absolutely, because I'll tell you what, I've been saying it all along. I sit here and I'm frustrated. The governor's rules and executive orders from day one haven't made sense. I've said this before. How can you allow wrestling and let everybody roll around in wrestling, but when they get up, they can't shake hands because, God forbid, COVID might spread? How can you go into a restaurant and leave a restaurant at 10 o'clock because COVID comes out at 10 o'clock? The stuff doesn't make sense. All right. We have someone at the microphone, so let's give them the respect, please.
Okay, so my name is Samantha Ignatowicz. I'm in Wall, apparently. I was not going to say anything. English is my second language, so forgive me for that. I grew up in Burma, a socialism country. I came here at 18. We are very laid back, my husband and I. Not about education. We want our kids to be healthy, socially, everything. We were never involved. You can ask the principals everywhere we go. We don't get anything involved. We just send our kids to school. They're happy, come home. Our oldest 7th grader, very happy kid, high honor student. This year she hates it. She hates school. She doesn't want to go to school. It's because everybody has said it to you. I have a 5th grader and a 3rd grader in old middle school. The 5th grader, I fought to be a class parent because I anticipated that things would be still shut down and they won't get anything. My anticipation came through. And at the end of the year, nothing was happening, so we all stepped it up and helped them out. Okay? And at the end, I reached out to Mr. Laughlin, asked about the LEAP program. I was lied to. The police station didn't want to do anything. Police department wanted to do anything. That was a lie, because I reached out to Surgeon Lister. He told me that they are trying. Through the sources, I found out that it was the district denied that. 1 hour a week, 11 weeks program. You denied it for the kids. Law enforcement against drugs. You don't support that program for the kids, 5th grader. And you was talking about full-day school. You can't even support 1 hour for these 5th graders. I mean, they come home at can you put like 15 minutes a day for them to do that? No, you can't. Throughout. And we asked for things that they could do at the end of the school year. A field trip, because everybody else is getting it. Guess what I was told? Because other elementary schools are not getting it, so we're not doing it. Since when we become a socialism country? Everything has to be equal. Everything has to be equal. Since when became that? You know, we all have our own funding. Olman has their own funding. Everybody else. We never did that. Why is this year? Why is everything has to be the same? We asked for water slides or picnic, you denied it. Things that we asked for, you don't, because the other schools don't have it. Since when we become the socialism? I grew up in that country, dictatorship, everything. Now I'm going backwards. My kids are going through that right now. You're going through the dictatorship and everything. Stand up for them, please. For God's sake, I mean, God, this is becoming like, really? We don't, seriously. I grew up in that country, and I'm here, escaped that, and I'm back into it. And my kids are in it. I will fight hard for them. That's what I'm doing. I'm normally not active. My husband and I live quietly. Well, we party a lot, but other than that, you know, education-wise, everything, we let them be who they are. But not this year, not this year. I'm not letting it happen, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Dr. Hannah, I really counted on you as well. I really did. I don't know how we are so unlucky to have one super after another who doesn't work, who doesn't do anything for us. I don't know what's going on in this township. This district is very disappointing for me. Socialism at its best.
Hi, I'm Tara Natali, 2174 Lawrence Way. I was not going to speak tonight. I have a 1st grader. I was not going to speak tonight. I came distinctly to show support, especially for my friend Christine Shanklin. I'm here just to touch on the plexiglass situation. Of course, I'm anti-mask. That's also why I'm here. I want everybody here, Dr. Handerhan was informed. I want everybody here to know, parents included, that upon dismissal back in May, my daughter got up, her bus was called, and she got a huge gash in her arm from her shield. She's not one to speak up, so she scurried along on the bus, bleeding all the way home. Came in, her face was white. Mommy, mommy, look what happened to me. We took care of it. I let it go, told her to calm down. Then I got mad. She's also been complaining of headaches daily, and she now sleeps with a bucket next to her bed because of nausea. And I fully believe that this is because of the plexiglass. It is not necessary anymore. I was not even informed that this was going up in her classroom. Also, 2 days ago, she told me that now her desks face the windows, not the board. So now she's looking out the window, and then when the teacher is instructing at the board, she has to turn around, as if this classroom situation is not uncomfortable enough. I'm sorry for getting emotional, but this is my child. I have one entering kindergarten next year. Cameron and Riley Natali will not be in a mask.
Thank you. Anyone else?
You thought I wasn't going to get up, maybe? I wasn't going to, actually, because I have laryngitis, so you just have to bear with me a little. I'll try to speak loudly.
Ms. Durant, just your name for the record, please.
Kathleen Duran, Wall Township.
Thank you.
I don't know how many people behind me are aware that Wall Township last Wednesday passed a resolution numbered 21-0612 demanding of the governor that the students in Wall Township schools not have any mask requirement levied upon them. At that meeting, they denied any coordination with the Wall Township schools. Wow. Superintendent, $274,000 a year is your salary, and you're not coordinating with the town we're in. Our town is writing and sending this to Murphy, citing the CDC statistics that show, the most recent ones that show that across all their studies to date, that using masks in grammar school does not appreciably reduce the occurrence of the virus. Now, I understand that there are people on top of you telling you what to do, but the coordination at our level should have taken place. What everyone here is asking for that I've heard tonight, and I frankly was unaware that sentiments ran so deep, but they're asking for something similar from the Board of Education and perhaps our superintendent. Something that shows that you care. Something that shows that you've read the same things our town officers have read, and they had no problem sending it to the governor. Why do we? Why are we the only school in this situation? Because we are. I have friends just like everybody else here has friends. My friends' kids have been back to school, unmasked, having fun, doing things way before our kids. They haven't lost a year. Our kids are the people of the children of the people behind me have. My children haven't, because I pulled my kids out a while ago for homebound instruction. But I hear, and I've been moved to tears several times tonight by hearing these stories. I just want to know why there's no coordination. And for those of you who are sitting there and have done, I'm happy somebody raised their hand. Thank you for sending an email to the governor. Why don't we have a 21-0612 from our Board of Education? Why not? Why aren't you coordinating with our town? Why can our town do it, but you not? And you're making a lot of money to not do something. And I got to tell you, I'm a poorly paid state worker, and if I have to stay up all night, day after day after day, to answer emails, that's what I do. That's what my job is. I don't cut you any slack on that front. I don't care if it's 24 hours a day, frankly, and I don't care if you're like other people and sitting on the beach. That's not my business. What is my business is that you get the job done. And that's a lot of money to not get the job done. Thank you.
Just like to clarify that the letter that the district sent not only went to the governor's office, went to Assemblyman Sean Keene, who's also the township attorney, and it also went to the mayor, Tim Farrell. So they were aware that we were taking steps to ask for no masks in school. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this document? All right, seeing none, we will now move on to, where are we? What was that? Yeah, President's report. Okay. All right. Want to recognize the students of the month for grade 9, Charlie Fowler, grade 10, Frank Horley, grade 11, Jesse Glendenning, and grade 12, Jake Pepe. Knights of the week, grade 12, Olivia Nickerson. For the week of 5-3, the week of 5-10, grade 11, Matthew Dalalov. Grade 11, Charlie Sasso for the week of 5-17, and grade 12 for the week of May 24th, Megan Gallagher. Just a couple little brief comments. One, we said it, say it again. We understand everything everybody's saying, the frustration. To Mr. Hall's point before, if different people were sitting in the same spot, we'd still be in the same situation. We don't agree with some of the orders that come out, but we're bound to follow them because that's the law, unfortunately. But doesn't mean that we can't speak up and certainly advocate on behalf of the parents in this district and the students in this district. Many of the people that got up tonight, I know personally. The first person that spoke, Michelle, we went to 5th grade together in Allenwood, like 38 years ago. Not throwing numbers out, but certainly, I have friends, we all have friends in the district, and we hear everything you say, and we do fight. We understand, and we're going to continue to advocate for the students and make sure the students are safe and the staff is safe. And that's what we've tried to do since day one when this thing was unfortunately thrown in our lap, in all our laps. But I want to say thank you, since this is the end of the school year. Thank you to our staff for their professionalism and innovation during this school year and the previous school year. When they went to college to become teachers, there was no class on how to deal with a pandemic, no class on how to teach kids through Zoom or Google Classroom online. These things just didn't exist, and everybody in a very short period of time became an expert in these things. So I want to thank all of them for that. Just not our teaching staff, our custodians, our food service staff who made sure, everybody had food, our bus drivers who made sure the kids were safe. Up and down the board, our staff has worked so hard, and we certainly appreciate them. And along with that, you got to say thank you to the parents. I got a lot of friends that are parents in this district and elsewhere, and I know it hasn't been easy. Juggling work, helping your kids on the computer, filling out RUVNAs in the morning so the kids can go to school. It's been difficult. There's nothing else you can say about that. Unfortunately, a lot of us have lost neighbors, friends, loved ones along the way. We think the light's at the end of the tunnel, and we're all hoping for normal in September. That's what we want. We want schools open, kids back in, kids smiling, kids playing sports, none of this social distancing. We want things back to normal, and we want everybody to be healthy. So that's what we wish. Other than that, I'd like to wish everybody, for the parents who have students graduating, congratulations, and congratulations to the class of 2021. And I hope everyone has a safe and healthy summer. We will now move on. Board of Education updates. Does any member have anything? Bless you. No, seeing none. Committee reports. Policy, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, thanks, Ralph. We had a meeting on June 2nd. Policy committee met. Basically, we went over a couple, policy 2340 about field trips and the regulations involved in it. Basically, just came down whether the committee felt that the full board needed to approve field trips or if the superintendent would continue to approve appropriate field trips. Basically, we decided to leave it the same, that the only time the board would interject on field trips would when if it required an overnight stay or if it was out of state. Otherwise, superintendent handles that. Again, the regulation 2340 was about how that carries out. And then policy 6162 was about corporate sponsorship and advertising on the school property. Basically, it was really more of an informational about how the educational foundations, how they work in coordination with the school, and how we can better interact with them. Basically, we talked about looking at it further to bring additional controls to make sure that the foundations that we recognize are providing the best, the best we can do for the students. And lastly, the use of school facilities. Basically, we went through, how we go about approving people that were outside groups that want to use the school. And basically, we agreed that this one was definitely more than we could handle at this particular meeting, that we're going to come back and look at it. None of those none of these regulations were how should I say? None of them were are ripe for to change. We're not looking at changing any of them. It was more doing a deep dive to see what we could possibly do. We'll revisit them in the future to make minor changes if that's what our research comes back with. But again, it was a quick meeting, about an hour and 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Sanfilippo, personnel.
Apologize, I was not at the meeting. The minutes are posted and can read them. So thank you.
Thank you. Curriculum instruction, Mr. Krupa.
Yes, we met on the 3rd of June. The items on the agenda were the summer programs, the ESSER grants, which we've talked about extensively this evening, InfoAge, collaboration, and related to that, telescope repair at the Allenwood Elementary School. There was some discussion about the impact of tuition students on enrollment and program. And then there were a couple items that were not on agenda, but we did talk. So the highlight, I think, would be, and speaks to some of the comments that were made tonight about, well, where's education? And definitely this summer program, which we've had in the past, has been extended, and invite to all, if I'm not correct, you can correct me, to participate in that program. And it is optional, but if you have concerns, it's there for you. And one of the things that was not expected, but because of the way this has taken shape, if there were students, particularly at the secondary level of high school, if there were any need for credit recovery, they're going to be able to do that. It's not just taking the course to build up their skill set. So we're really hoping that parents take advantage of this. If you know your neighbor is not aware, please make sure that they contact the schools, and if they so want, take advantage of this program. Another of the items that was discussed that is kind of a nice is that our extended school year program for the preschool is addressing a bike safety and use of the bike, which is kind of a big milestone for those children. So we're excited to be able to offer that for them. And then there's some training opportunity for our paras which is really quite significant in that they will be better able to do their jobs as they have been doing, because we're offering a registered behavior technician program. Did I say that correctly? And it's going to enable them to be more participatory with their support and logging of notes taken, which is essential for often the children that they are assigned to. So that's our report. I don't know if there's anything from the other committee members that you want to add. No? And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krupa. Finance and Facilities, Mr. Gartz.
Thank you. On June 1st, we met. We reviewed our standard procedure, looking back at our cafeteria account, which had a very good month, and our school dude report to make sure that everything's being fulfilled in terms of the work orders. Mr. Moretta responded and reported back successfully. We're happy with his report on the school dude and the work orders for the current month. Some things for vote tonight that came out of our meeting were the need to upgrade some of our communications connectivity to make the systems compatible, so that's up for approval as well. We did discuss our tuition for private students, out-of-district tuition students, which is on the agenda for this evening, and we were satisfied that we're in a good place to recommend that. And we are recommending the demographer study to upgrade our data to make sure that we have the right information as we move forward in looking at our long-range facility plan and longer than that, a referendum. We want to make sure we have the right information in terms of what the projections are for housing starts and potentially new students into the district. That's a quick summary of our meeting. And the minutes are in the packet.
Thank you, Mr. Gartz. All right. At this time, we will open up for public comment on any agenda item.
My name is Lauren Gallick. I live in Wall, and I have 3 girls in the district, a preschooler about to graduate primary, and a kindergartner and 3rd grader at Allenwood.
Please stop yelling out. Please stop yelling out.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, I'm going to start over then. My name is Lauren Gallick. I live in Wall, and I have 3 girls in the district, a preschooler about to graduate primary, and a kindergartner and 3rd grader at Allenwood. I am also the Allenwood PTG president going on 3 years, but tonight I am speaking as a frustrated special needs parent advocating on behalf of my 3rd grader. I am here requesting that you table the vote on agenda item 17, Superintendent's Report, more specifically, the transfer and replacement of Allenwood special education teachers, Mrs. Bafigi and Mrs. Moore, which is listed under Section 8 on attachment HR1. Allenwood has 2 MD or multiple disability rooms. These are self-contained homerooms where the children receive a majority of their education in addition to their related services, such as OT, PT, and speech. It is important that this vote is not treated as an HR formality because the transfer of both teachers simultaneously nonetheless will have a negative impact on our children. Yesterday, I met in person with my building principal and Mrs. Duffy, Director of Special Services. I do appreciate the meeting. I asked many questions, but they were met with the answer that this is a confidential personnel matter. I understand confidentiality, but my focus is on the bigger plan going forward. Are new programs and services being introduced in the department, and therefore, in order to staff these programs, shifts had to be made? I don't know. If on July 6th, when ESY, or extended school year, starts, and the only thing that has changed is that my daughter is physically in a new classroom with a new teacher, then I feel the instability this change brings is unnecessary, and there is no plan for the students. This is why it's an urgent matter. We only have 13 days after the school year ends to transition into ESY. The advantage of Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Bafigi teaching during the school year and wanting to teach in the summer during ESY is that they realize continuity fosters growth. I understand change is natural, But there's a reason why my child is in a classroom where you spend 3 years at least with the same teacher. My child thrives on routine and consistency, which provides a stable environment. My daughter is not taught from a foundations book. My daughter's curriculum is created by her teacher and implemented through her IEP. She has a rare diagnosis called CAS gene disorder. Probably none of you have ever heard of it. We only heard of it 5 years ago, and she was the 107th case worldwide documented by CHOP. She is nonverbal, walks unbalanced, and last year was also diagnosed with myoclonic seizures, a form of epilepsy. Both Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Bafigi have researched CAS to understand her better. They have learned her mannerisms. She has very little means of typical communication, but that doesn't mean she doesn't communicate. Gestures, facial expressions, hugs, and just turns of her head are ways she tells you what she wants and how she's feeling. This bond between special education teachers and their students is not cultivated in a week or in a month, but rather months and years of working with each other. Like I said, change is natural, but it doesn't come naturally for a special needs child. I am asking that in addition to tabling this vote, that the Board of Ed organize a CPAG, a special education parent advisory group like our surrounding districts. And I'm quoting from code NJAC 6A14-1.2, quote, "A special education parent advisory group is a state-mandated, district-level, parent-driven group charged with providing input to the local school district on system-level changes in special education and related services. Each district board of education shall ensure that a special education parent advisory group is in place," end quote. This group will provide a constructive forum for open dialogue in a hope to close the transparency gap and build trust in the decisions our district leaders are making. In my meeting yesterday, I was asked to trust that the right decisions were being made in the best interest of our children. To be honest, right now, that's a big leap for me that I'm not ready to take. And before I got up here, I turned around and I just want to thank all of Mrs. Bafigi's and Mrs. Moore's paras that are in the back supporting this. And this isn't in my speech, but if you've ever worked or been around a child with special needs, that teacher is the nucleus of the classroom. Those paras are an extension. If they were ever out of the room for any reason, took a personal day, I had no concerns because I knew whatever was being implemented through her IEP, her safety, on field trips, the like. If those paras were there, it was as if the teacher was there. Wall Township Special Services Program has had a stellar reputation thus far, but parents' confidence is wavering. There are so many issues we need to come together on and address as we come out of the pandemic. Parents are extremely happy with the growth they have seen in their children in Mrs. Moore's and Mrs. Bafigi's classrooms, even during the pandemic. The choice to create unnecessary change in the MD classrooms at Allenwood will create instability and undoubtedly leave a stain on the special services program. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to ask that the board not vote this evening on Kathleen Duran in Wall Township again. I'd like to ask that the board not vote this evening on the contracts. Specifically, my concern is with the contract of Brian Smythe. My concern is with the contract of Brian Smythe in particular. He's now, according to the budget that you put out, going to be the second highest paid administrator in the county and one of the highest in the state at $304,000. And that's in a time, yes, even more than the superintendents. It's shocking. And I hope people behind me are as shocked as I am. It's 300. Are my numbers right? Yeah. Yeah. Yep, his total contract cost, that is. That's not just his salary, that includes all his benefits, which is, again, the second highest in Monmouth and one of the highest in the state. He earns a shocking amount of money, and our kids, as someone on who's listening at home asked me to say for them, our kids didn't even make it to school 50% of the time this year. What are we doing? Why is he getting a retroactive raise for last year and then again for this year? I've come up here, I've spoken against raises like this. State workers don't get it. Bus drivers don't get it. State attorneys don't get it. We don't get raises like that every year, and businesses throughout Wall are struggling. Your taxpayers in Wall have struggled. We are not all New York commuters. Some of us have local businesses that have struggled through this entire pandemic, and there he sits with his contract valued at $304,000. I think it's a shame. But the most important reason is I have asked to be interviewed multiple times on the trailer investigation. You all know that. I've been up here asking the questions that have not been answered over and over again, along with other concerned parents, including Betsy Cross. I have been offered an interview. I declined because it was just one date and time. I offered 3 weeks of available interviews, and Mr. Skrillo never responded, or anyone on his behalf from his office. And the legal bills on that trailer investigation are up to $93,000, and my questions haven't been answered yet. So how are you giving, and my questions all go back to what Mr. Smythe knew and what he did in terms of that trailer. My position on it and my questions have been designed to get you thinking, as I have, as I reviewed the facts, that the steps he took from the minute he bought those trailers to the minute those trailers were demolished, that there have been steps that have been taken that have been improper and injudicious at best, and actually improper or illegal at worst. Those questions haven't been answered. It's not that until that audit is done, until we have those answers, why are you giving him a raise? He may have done everything wrong or everything right, but we don't know. He certainly doesn't deserve a raise until parents like me who've come asking questions for what, the past 2 years, year and a half? So we get answers. No raises, not on our backs.
Hi, how are you? My name's Amy Saccone. I live at 2909 Arthur Street. My son Tyler is in the MD class at Allenwood. And I want to bring to your attention, even though Lauren did a fabulous job on the level of care these teachers do for these kids, but I would like to table the agenda on the replacement of these teachers, and I'm going to tell you why. For the last 15 months, I've been home with my son doing virtual. And doing virtual with my son, these MD teachers have their live classrooms and then the virtual kids at the same time as the live classroom. So what's going on in the class, my child does from home. And there's not one other elementary class in this district that does so except for these 2 MD teachers. I have been in that classroom for the last 15 months every single day. I see what goes on. I see the professionalism. I see how they handle things, how they handle kids' behaviors, how they've gone above and beyond for my son who's medically, unable to go to school and do virtual. And I just want this committee to know that I have not seen once anybody from Special Services in that classroom. Special Services has decided that they're going to another option, that they're going to expand. But yet when the families ask and beg, because we know the teachers we have and how well they do, it's, we'll tell you in July after your kid goes back to school. My thing is that if Carol Duffy has come up with this program that's going to wow us all, what's the secret? What's the secret? You have 2 amazing teachers that do amazing things with these kids. Now, my son's 13 and he's nonverbal. When he started school, he hated school. We had a hard time connecting with him. And Patty Moore, who is the younger elementary MD teacher, she suggested to us to go home and get my son a dog. Now, that is something outside of the classroom, that is something outside of the bubble, and we did. And guess what? I have spent $20,000 in therapy for my son. It worked.
So these are not teachers that are in the classroom doing learning environment. These are teachers that care outside of the school district, that care about families. And for some reason, the special service director has decided, well, we're going to go another way. That's unfair. And they're hiring two new teachers. I don't understand the concept. If there was a problem with these families and concerns, these kids excel because of these two teachers. And taking them away from a program is just ridiculous. It's uncalled for and it's ridiculous. What else was I going to say? Lauren really said everything. When you have a child with special needs, you can't just say, guess what? They have a new teacher. There's planning, there's social stories, they have bonds, they have relationships. And what we're told from the special service director is that you'll know who the teacher is after your kid starts extended school year. Well, I don't know about you, and you could all come to my house and tell my son, you're going to school, but we don't know who your teacher is or what the program's going to have. And I guarantee that he has a hard time, because when he goes into Allenwood School, he's used to seeing those same safe faces that he once didn't know, and now he is able to have that relationship because he has teachers that care. And to upset a program that works so well is just totally ridiculous. And the answer is, we want to go other ways, but we don't want to share it with you. If she is so certain that this program is perfect, she should be screaming it from the rooftop instead of saying, well, it's personal matters. We are parents of kids who can't speak. Think about that. We have a child, we don't know how his day is. We have 2 MD teachers that keep us in contact and let us know that they're safe, they're okay, and some days you're going to get a bear when you get home. But when we all heard that they are taking this program and redoing it, you could have picked me up off the floor. These 2 teachers are known throughout the state as a recommended autism public school program. They run it well, they do it well. And to come in and say, okay, well, we're going a different way, for somebody who I have never seen in the classroom, and I'm in there every day virtual, every single day. My son is on that computer, virtual. I've never seen somebody come in and say, let's evaluate this. To be honest with you, I probably know more about the program than other people do, because I'm in there, I live it. And I think it's important that we table this and keep the 2 teachers where they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Varga. I'm from Wall Township. I have 2 children in the Wall Township school system, one of which attends the MD program at Allenwood, which the parents here have been talking about tonight. My daughter Caitlin is 5. Mrs. Moore is her teacher. She has Down syndrome, apraxia, various motor skill issues, and some other medical and other needs. As I indicated, Mrs. Moore is her teacher, and she has done an amazing job with my daughter this year. And I don't know where she would be this year had it been another teacher or another program. I come here today asking you, just like the other parents, to table the agenda item 17 with regard to the transfer of the MD teachers. As Caitlin's mother, I had a series of concerns with regard to her entry into kindergarten, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic. She would be surrounded by new people in a new school, in an environment that she wasn't used to after being away since March of 2020 at home. To some extent, I understand that this experience is normal for any child going into a new school. However, Caitlin is different. She has a variety of disabilities and medical issues. She requires physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech services. She's unable to communicate with people the way her typical peers can.
It can be a struggle for her, for me, even at times, to understand what she's saying and what she needs. The professionals who have worked with Caitlin understand that it takes a significant period of time to understand what she's capable of doing versus maybe some behavioral issues she's having. And like many other children with special needs, Caitlin's primary source of social interaction is her peers in the classroom. She doesn't attend multiple birthday parties or social events like her typical peers do. As with all the students in Mrs. Moore's class, she puts together an individualized curriculum for Caitlin and the other students to meet their IEP objectives and goals. And right from the beginning, Mrs. Moore was in regular communication with me as a parent regarding all the issues related to my daughter, small and large. She clearly spent a significant amount of time researching ways to engage my daughter in her learning and to optimize her educational experience. She developed a rapport with Caitlin very quickly, which was extremely impressive to me. She began communicating with her both verbally and via sign language. And even with the requirements of social distancing and masks, through the pandemic, the children in her class have formed friendships. This is not something that comes easily for some of these children. They need guidance, they need assistance, but these paraprofessionals and this teacher have managed to not only help them realize and engage them in the classroom, but also help them develop these social relationships, which is so important for some of these kids and requires a special person and a special teaching community. The MD program at Allenwood came highly recommended to me as Caitlin was leaving her preschool years. And I talked to parents who had children within the program, parents who had children who had graduated the program, and other educational professionals. And they all recommended this MD program very highly, and I know why, having had my daughter in that program now for a year. When I discovered the other day that they were planning on making these changes to the program that none of us were really aware of, I discovered it through other parents and not through anything that came from the school. I was deeply upset, because one has to wonder why, if something is working so well for these students, why we would make this change without any explanation, without any idea of why it's being made. Well, I understand, as Lauren had pointed out, that it is normal for teachers to change and it's normal for students to move from one classroom to another. This is not the same situation. These children have different needs, and it takes time to get to know them. It takes time to understand what works for them and to develop these relationships. And as Lauren had pointed out so well, there's a reason why they are in this class for 3 years, and it works. And it's just, I had to come tonight to ask you to table this vote, to allow us to have additional time to understand why they want to make these decisions, and to really give it serious consideration before you remove 2 exceptional teachers who are doing a fabulous job with these students. And like I said, I speak from personal experience, and I speak from the communication that I've had with these other parents of these children in Mrs. Moore's class, who have all shared with me that they have had the same experiences as I have. My daughter Caitlin strives on routine and structure, and she's been through multiple changes throughout the last year and a half, as all of our children have, and as we all have. But the implications on making these additional changes to these students at this time can have devastating impacts on them. We understand this as their parents, and that's why we're here. So I'm asking you to kindly table the vote on the Agenda 17 to allow additional time before you make these decisions regarding the transfer of these teachers. And I also join Lauren Gallick in the request for the special education parent advisory group. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Danielle. This is my husband, Joshua. We've been lifelong residents of Wall Township. We went to all the schools here. We're on Alair Road. I'm also up here to discuss the removal and change of the teachers at Allenwood. My daughter came to Allenwood in first grade. She went through 2 teachers. I have a neurotypical child, and I have went through the school system without so much as having a meeting with a principal. My older daughter had teacher changes. She went through all the different adjustments that you do through school without so much as, a misstep. But this is the first time I'm actually speaking on my daughter's behalf. She came to Allenwood, and they told me that she would be put with teachers that had wonderful experience. The first teacher ended up leaving after 6 months. She could not handle the classroom. She was obviously overwhelmed. I was told she would be wonderful. I put my trust in the administration and in the school, because as far as I knew, they knew what was best. They then put the second teacher in. My daughter still talks about that years later, how she was on the floor for most of the day with the teacher sitting on her because he couldn't handle her behaviors. Again, this teacher was supposedly highly experienced, came from a wonderful background and knew all the special ed, knew how to deal with special education teachers. That was until we found out about the MD classroom. The MD classroom only came to me from an outside source. Nobody within the school had mentioned to me, why don't you move your daughter into the MD program with Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Bafigi? Not one person did. I had to hear it from somebody else who said, these teachers are wonderful, your daughter belongs there. We met with Mrs. Bafigi, and we never looked back. She is a completely different child today than the child she was entering in that school. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read, but yes. And to hear that she will be removed without so much as a heads up to us parents is unbelievable. It's an unnecessary and unjust change. These teachers don't want to leave. We do not want them to leave. Us parents rely on the consistency and stability that they have shown our children. I have written letters to the administration, to many people. I've gotten no response. Our word has not been heard. That's why we are here. We're hoping that, again, like the other parents had mentioned, that you can table this until there's more information coming out about this. We are the parents. We know that what these kids need, and they are with the teachers that they need. Everyone is telling us it will be better, but we know what is best. And believe me, if this were your child, you'd be standing where I am today, because there are no better teachers and there's nobody that can replace them. My husband wants to say something.
And this is one issue. You said it earlier with the other issues, you don't have, basically it's out of your hands, you don't have a choice, but on this you have a choice. And please choose right for our kids. All of our kids behind us.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment on agenda items?
Thank you. Piper Waitzel, Bernadette Court. I just have a question, and I'm very unprepared tonight. I don't have the agenda item, but it's regarding Dr. Rondo's contract. I was wondering if we could possibly, as a community, have notes as to what exactly her duties will be in the next coming school year, or in the year that her contract will be good for. I understand that when she was brought on, it was for summer school curriculum and all of that, but we just would kind of like to know before it's voted on what she will be doing in the next year for her contract. Thank you, that's my question.
Thank you.
My leg is asleep. Good evening, Gail Marr, WTEA President. I would like to thank everyone for the work we're doing to make some changes in the district. I want to congratulate John Hyam for his new position that he'll be taking, and Mr. Cranston for the HR department. What the WTEA would hope would be put in place. would be some kind of procedure, because there is a relative in the district, from a confidentiality standpoint, where things don't slide away. We have complete confidence in our teacher over there. And we just want to make sure that with the high level of confidentiality for that position, that everyone knows it, and that we make sure that when something does occur, there's another plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betsy Cross. I live in Wall Township. On the agenda items, I would agree with Lauren and the 4 other families that spoke tonight. I think you should table that item. I don't think anybody should be voting on it unless you're going to go around and each and every one of you are going to tell us why you're voting for it. And if you can't do that, you need to table it. Mr. Smythe's contract's on the agenda tonight. That item should also be tabled. It's absolutely unbelievable to think that you would have it on there with a retroactive raise of 3% last year and a 3% raise this year. So he was making $176,000 salary, then you're now putting him to $180,000 and now up to $184,000. Our police department right now are on pay freezes, and they're doing a hell of a lot more than Mr. Smythe is doing here in the business office. We got the Mercury gym floor. We got the trailer investigation that's never ending. We've had 36 weeks of updates. And Mr. McKeever, if you could give us an update like you wrote in your Friday report that you would be giving us an update, if you can let us know when you'll be giving us your report. Because I myself are waiting for another interview to do in person at Wall PD. That's where mine will be. So when you're ready to do it, I'm ready to do it. And that's the only way I'm going to do it. You spent $93,770 just on trailer bills. Your attorney bills since July are $226,899.32. I think you're over your budget for the year. Mr. Smythe is still now holding up your April bills, then I'll need your May and your June. You're going to be spending over $300,000 on attorney bills. Get your act together. Stop redacting items. You have now been sued. There is going to be an amended lawsuit, and it's going to get very, very expensive. Mr. Smythe's total contract costs for 2021 in what I got last year, because Mr. Smythe is not returning his own document, how he is the custodian of records, withholding his own documents is beyond me. It's crazy. Get somebody else getting these documents. And a number of them are going to be in the amended lawsuit. $304,538. He was the second highest paid business administrator in Monmouth County. As of the last report that I had, he's not giving me this one. So if Mr. Lester Richards has approved something, which I guess he has because you have it on the agenda, you need to share it with the public, and it should have been attached tonight. Nobody should be approving Mr. Smythe's contract unless you're going to tell us all tonight how much his contract costs are, and if he is now the highest paid business administrator in Monmouth County with all these problems: air conditioning, Mercury gym floor, trailers, flood in Central from a water fountain. We now have a $100,000 payment to the Wall BOE from the Diploma Joint Insurance Fund. I'm not getting answers. I sent it to the chief of police today. We need answers. Why is the Diploma Joint Insurance Fund cutting $100,000 checks to the Wall BOE? Mr. McKeever is the same attorney for the Diploma Joint Insurance Fund. An agenda was approved with another wall payment on it that now they're saying was a mistake. So how 30 people approve an agenda and minutes that are wrong is beyond me, because Mr. Smythe is a trustee. I jotted a couple other things down. I know you went over that presentation. Your tuition for the engineering program, you're only charging $14,000. It's probably costing us 40 grand for that. So if you're taking incoming students in, they need to cover their costs. So that shouldn't be approved either. Your primary school, $3,000 tuition, we're not even covering the cost for
Thank you,
that.
Ms. Cross. Your time is up.
So, Mr. McKeever, could you give us an update on when you're going to be interviewing myself and Kathy Duran?
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Your time
and
is up.
when you're planning on giving the trailer investigative
Your time is up, Ms.
report?
Cross. Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment?
Hello again, Patty Nowalski. I didn't realize until I saw this, this number 17, removing 2 teachers that sound absolutely amazing, was even on here, and I think it's a disgrace that it's even on here, because why would you remove 2 teachers that are good for someone's kids? So hopefully you vote no on that or table it, because then you're really going to start getting a lot of emails, because people watching, that's awful. I also agree that I don't think you should be voting on Mr. Smythe's raise right now, like of amending his contract. As many years as I've been coming here, 6 years of board meetings, of watching them, maybe I sat in the back, all I've ever heard from every parent in every board meeting is, where's all the info from Mr. Smythe, or why is he making more money? And then you guys get in here and you're doing the same thing. You're supposed to be on a budget, so stop paying people too much money. Like they said, if the policemen are on a freeze, why are we paying somebody this much money? Heck, can I have his job? You guys keep saying, want to come over here? I'll take his job for $300,000, but stop approving money for money we don't have. I did not read my notes earlier because I was getting too, upset with everything, but several things. Critical race theory, I know they're going to try to push it in New Jersey. Wall Township better have a plan for that. That better not be happening in our schools at all. I know it's on the agenda, but I got it in there. I also just think my one last thing I didn't say before, and it's not on the agenda, but I didn't say it before, was I listened to the meeting last week, and someone spoke after Chris about, how they felt of helping us and being a part of communicating with us and talking to us, and I think that's great, and I understand you guys want to help us. I think the communication and maybe what I said last meeting, if there's some way we can come up with a new committee of where we have a chat, like we can talk and communicate, either if it's through email or through YouTube, some way to better communicate with the parents than just your time's up, your time's up, you know what I mean? There's no communication, and I think that's where the frustration lies, where we all get frustrated at being yelled at, and there's no communication, there's no respect, and it's, quiet down. I think that's the problem. I think the communication just needs to be a little better, and I think parents would have a better understanding of your job, and then you would have a better understanding of our frustrations. So, and one last thing, if you do push a vaccine in Wall Township, you better be ready to be liable for it, because you can't sue a pharmaceutical company.
Thank you. Anybody else on agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Could I have a motion for number 14, approval of the Secretary's minutes from the executive session of May 15th and the business meeting of May 15th? I'll move it. Motion, Adam, could I have a second?
Second.
Second. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Gartz?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Anizio?
Yes. Could I have a motion under policy for letter B for a second reading of policy 0155, board committees?
I'll make that motion.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
I will open it up for public hearing. Seeing none, I'll close that. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hynet?
Yes.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Gartz?
Yes.
And Mr. Ednizia?
Yes. Could I have a motion on number 16, Board of Education report?
Make the motion.
Motion, Mr. Gartz. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Krupa. Any discussion?
Mr. Ednizio, I
Yes.
would recommend that the item 8 in the board HR report is tabled, and I'd like to have a discussion about that or some kind of vote with this board based on what we've heard tonight.
That's under the superintendent's report.
It's not under the HR report?
Not under 16.
That's 17.
I jumped the gun, my apologies.
That's okay. Any other questions, comments?
I just want to make a comment, if
Yes.
I can. We're on item 16, correct?
Yes.
Absolutely. Item 16, it's 11:10 at night. I just wanted to point out, because I know we're all getting tired, but on here I noticed some really good things. So the multisensory reading instruction that we're going to be providing, which will give targeted instruction for struggling readers. I'm really excited to see that there because I think that talks to the educational needs of learners in the district. It talks to learners that don't always learn to read typically, and it will provide our K-2 teachers with some really quality training to reach, both struggling readers and students that read with ease. It's an exciting thing to see on the agenda.
Thank you.
I do have a question, Ralph.
Yes.
Letters I, double A, double E, double F, double G, double I. They are all private consultants, even double H. Can the superintendent comment if any of those people have relationships, any of those companies have relationships to staff members in the district, or are they totally outside companies?
I'm not familiar if there's any personal relationships with these vendors that we use for services.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Ms. Hynet?
Yes.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Gartz?
No to Y, double A, double E, double F, double G, double H, double I, yes to the rest.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And Mr. Ednizia?
Yes. Number 17, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Handerhan.
I would like a motion to approve by consent agenda items A through O, with the exception of item A, section 8, assignment changes of the HR report. To be clear, I am moving all with the exception of section 8 of the HR report.
Could we have a motion on that?
I make the motion.
Could we have a second?
Second.
Just one question, Dr. Handerhan. I believe there's a third person on that? Is that for?
Yes, we can wait till July. We're
Okay.
striking the whole section.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Any questions, board members? Seeing none, Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Gartz?
Yes to everything except, and I don't know how to do this, Brian, so I'm just going to say it, the first appointment on item 1 for the director. No.
Point of order.
Yes. Mr. Texter, could you please inform Ms. Cross that yelling out is not allowed.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Anesia?
Yes. Number 18, Business Office, Mr. Smythe.
Just double check. I ask for a motion to approve items 18A through T by consent agenda.
Do we have a motion on that?
I'll make the motion.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Gartz. Any questions, discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Gartz?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
And Mr. Anesia?
Yes. Time we will open up for public comment on any district matters. Please come up.
Good evening, members of the Wall Township Board of Education and the Wall Township
could we have your name for the
community. My name is Jenny DiCarlo, and I am an employee of Wall Township Public Schools. I am here this evening not only as an employee of the district, but as a Wall High School alumni. I have been working as an employee at Wall Township Public Schools since February of 2014, working as the district's technology communications assistant. Unfortunately, this evening, under the superintendent's report number 17C, Dr. Handerhan has recommended approval for a reduction in force by abolishing/eliminating my position in the district. The resolution is attachment S1 and conveniently hidden on page 31 of tonight's agenda. Please be advised, the Wall Township Public School District has never provided me with a Rice notice regarding my employment status or the fact that they were discussing me in either a closed executive session or in a public meeting. As an employee of the district, I was legally denied the appropriate legal notification and opportunity to speak publicly on my behalf regarding my employment status before tonight's vote. It was the district's legal responsibility and due diligence to inform me of my rights, which are being adversely affected this evening. I was denied the opportunity to request in writing that this matter be discussed at tonight's public board meeting. I believe Dr. Handerhan's decision to abolish my employment is based on both discrimination and retaliation. As many of my colleagues know, I have been working from home since March of 2020 due to an autoimmune disease. This condition makes me highly susceptible to contracting COVID-19. Therefore, my doctor informed the district that certain health precautions and accommodations needed to be put in place for me to safely return to the office. Unfortunately, the district did nothing to provide me with even one of the numerous recommendations and/or accommodations my doctor expressly provided to them. Instead, they began ignoring my follow-up emails regarding how I could safely return to work. After weeks of being ignored, I stopped following up and have continued working from home. Fortunately, my job is able to be accomplished remotely as I update the content on the district and school websites, manage the district's social media platforms, answer help desk tickets, among other tasks required. As the board is aware, I have successfully performed my job duties and responsibilities from home since March of 2020. Had the district provided me with the 504 recommendations for accommodations my physician provided to them, I would have happily returned to the technology building. In my opinion, my position is being abolished/eliminated tonight is not a coincidence. I believe I am purposely being targeted because I am a financial liability to the district. It is my belief that I am being discriminated against under the Americans with Disabilities Act because of my medical condition, my age, and my gender. I also believe that this is a blatant case of calculated retaliation for not returning to work in person in my 7+ years with the district. I have never once received a poor performance review, and I'm very well liked and respected by my colleagues. For too many years, I have watched my fellow colleagues be harassed, retaliated against, and discriminated against based on their sexual orientation, among other conditions. I too have also been in their shoes on multiple occasions and find myself here once again. Many of us have worked under toxic work conditions for years in the Wall Township Public School District. Why? Because we fear if we speak up, we will be fired, harassed, tormented, and retaliated against unmercifully until the point we resign, take a medical leave, or retire early from the district. For all of my colleagues who were forced out, fired without just cause, retired early, and who are just too afraid to come forward and tell your story, please speak your truth. If you don't, the toxic work environment in this district and the culture of Wall Township Public School District will never change. I would like to end with a quote from Erin Brockovich. If you follow your heart, if you listen to your gut, and if you extend your hand to help another, not for any agenda, but for the sake of humanity, you are going to find the truth. I implore the board to seek out the truth and stop sweeping the reports of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation among staff members by administrators in this district. It's been too long, it's been swept under the rug, and it needs to stop. These insidious practices are not only running rampant in this district, but they are promoted and celebrated by certain staff members. This
Thank you, Mr. Carlo. Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Gail Marr, Wall resident for 25 years, Wall teacher for 21 years, and the proud Wall Township Education Association president for 6. Please let me take this opportunity to explain to the board and to the community what the most significant item was that we lived through during the pandemic. It wasn't the students attending only an abbreviated school day because of health and safety concerns. It wasn't Executive Order 175 that required all to wear masks. It wasn't the rhetoric of tax dollars being spent on summer curriculum learning experiences. It was the loss of 5 of our members who passed away during the pandemic. The families of the 5 lost would be grateful to see them leave in the morning and return only a few hours later. By the way, teachers have worked longer hours this year than ever before in preparing to teach the students in the district in this virtual world. The families of the 5 lost would be blessed if wearing a mask would keep their mother or sister or daughter alive. We are a public school and we follow rules placed upon us by the governor, the Department of Health, and the Center for Disease Control. We don't break rules, and we believe that the community would want us to continue to teach that lesson to their children. The families of the 5 lost aren't worried about the programs developed in the district to enhance this year's learning experiences because they lost a loved one. If we don't come back together as a kind community that cares for each other, this community is doomed to fail. We lost Rose Krill last summer, who worked for 11 years in the cafeteria. She was fondly known as Gypsy and missed by her school community. Her love for her school and her students was ever present, whether it was an abbreviated schedule or a regular 6-hour shift. We lost Bernadette Daly in September, right before school started for the year. She drove one of our buses and always worked the summer ESY program. She drove for us since 1995 and had the heartiest laugh of anyone I knew. She would gladly come back and wear a mask to this day if she could. We lost Madeline McIver in October. She was an 85-plus year paraprofessional at Old Mill School. She loved working with the students. We miss her, and we wish we could still see her masked face picking up the students as they get ready for their snack break. We lost Rose Joyce. This winter, a member of our cafeteria family, when we were still living in a time where families could not come together and share their grief. She worked in Wall for 11 years and was known as Rosie Cakes and was also very well loved. We lost Tara Carpenter this past spring, a bus driver in Wall for 8 years, and her smile could light up a room, but no one will see her smile as the student stepped onto her bus. She can't work the summer ESY program or the summer night program and can no longer worry about her tax dollars. These 5 and the mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers of our members that we have lost during the pandemic do not have the opportunity to work a job, wear a mask, or worry about their taxes. But they would say one thing tonight to everybody concerned. Come together, support the greater good for the community, stop the hate, and do everything you can to keep everyone, and I mean everyone, safe. Thank you.
Is there anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, close public comment. Oh. It is. Let's go.
All right, now you can start the clock, Joe. Is that okay? Thank you. I'm here too. Thanks. I couldn't even figure out, because I had my agenda back here. When you're not voting on items, you know what's helpful to everybody that's watching at home and sitting here? Tell us what you're not voting on. That was ridiculous, Mr. Gortz, to shout out no. Because you know why? Everybody sitting back here would have said, I'm not voting on item A, and it reads. I don't know if you didn't vote on these poor families that are sitting here because I couldn't figure it out because I didn't have the agenda in front of me. They deserve that. We deserve it. That was outrageous, Mr. Gortz. You do it all the time. I'm not sure why you're here. And I don't know, do you think it's funny? You're here laughing.
I mean, it is now almost 11:30.
I really don't care. I'll stay here till midnight.
And the agenda has been available to you online, and there may be an actual reason why Mr. Gartz chose not to itemize what he was saying.
Why?
If you look
'Cause you wanna
at
hide
the
it?
agenda.
It's none of your business. I chose not to say it. You deal with it. That's how it goes. I'm not required to convene to your agenda on the floor. Say what you want, Ms. Cross. You know how to find the items on the agenda.
I would like to know
Send an
while I'm
email to
sitting
the
here.
13,000 federal bureaus that you have investigating us. I'm sure they'll help you find the agenda.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Mr. O'Keefe, on your June 11th, 2011 update, you said, we will provide a verbal report at the next Board of Ed meeting, which is today. To the extent we are able, we will also answer questions. Could you give us an update on where you're at with the investigation, the audit report? It's
Ms.
not
Cross,
really-
this is not question and answer.
What? He was just about to answer, and now you're not having him answer? He wrote it in his report. We paid him $93,000 the last 7 months. We're paying this, Ralph. We're all paying these bills here. He wrote it. He needs to answer.
That's what you should do, Ralph.
Oh, I don't have to answer. But my name's not O'Keefe. My name's McKeever, and the board is planning to do a presentation later once we have a date set it up. So.
Later, once you have a date set up? Okay, can you contact myself and Kathleen Duran, who you haven't reached out to yet, who was here at all the meetings
She
in
actually
the very
said
beginning?
publicly that we did reach out to her.
Right.
You know we've interviewed you, and we're
And
not
I've
going to
asked
go
to
to
be
the Wall
interviewed
Township
again.
Police Department to interview again. Thank you.
I will be interviewed again, or your investigation isn't going to be complete.
Says you.
Yeah, right. Did you call Ted Hopkins? Did you call the architect? I suggest you call him.
You took care of it, so we're good.
Could you all just go around the room and let us know why you approved Mr. Smite's contract tonight and why you gave him a raise, and if he is now the highest paid superintendent in all of
question
Monmouth
and answer.
County?
And I'm going to direct them not to answer any questions regarding personnel.
I would just like to know what your feelings were and why you did it, that's all. Wall PD's on a on a pay freeze, and we're giving out money like it's monopoly here. Cutting programs, giving out raises, and giving out stipends. I think the new HR person is making, what, $60,000, $70,000 more than the last one that you were voting for? I don't even know if it got approved, because you wouldn't say. The other one, John Hyam, I don't even understand it. There's no job descriptions of what people are doing. I don't know what Mr. Rando does all day. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what Tracy Handerhand does all day. Nobody knows what you do all day, Mr. Adonisio. All we know is nobody is replying to emails. And the district is the only one in Monmouth County right now within 5 miles that isn't open full time. And going back and forth ridiculous with the masks. It's ridiculous. I don't need to go to the Manasquan Board of Ed meetings. You know why? They got people up there know what they're doing. They're just doing it. They don't need the parents coming down here and telling them common sense items of what to do. I see we're still paying Michael Gross attorney bills.
Thank
Why
you,
are
Ms.
we
Cross.
paying
Your
another
time is up.
attorney?
Your time is up. Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment? I'm
Truman
sorry.
Court again.
Could you just do it again? Couldn't hear you.
Christine DeSarno, Truman Court. I think we just want transparency. I know I was back there, I didn't have an agenda. As a parent, I want to know what's being voted on. So without being disrespectful, without being rude, if you guys could really answer some of our questions, I think that's what we're looking for. I know some of us are shouting from the back and it's not the appropriate way, but when we ask questions, you say this is not a question and answer, period. So if we send emails and they don't get answered, and we ask questions at board meetings and they don't get answered, my question is, when do the questions get answered? Because here we are sitting, not just wasting our time, because these are our kids, this is our town that we care about. I was born and raised here, went to Central School, intermediate school, and the high school, and I just want answers, and I don't want to be treated like a child, like other people have said. To scream and say no when somebody wants an answer to a question, you wouldn't want to be treated that way, so why do you think it's okay to treat us that way? I plan on being respectful. I would hope that you guys would be respectful as well. And we want transparency. We want to work together for the betterment of our town, for our school, for our kids. It's as simple as that. Take that to your heart, take that to your head, and run with it, because that's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Mr. Hall, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm good tonight.
Ms. Stites?
It's 11:33, so I had plenty to say at the last meeting. What I will say, though, is that it is appreciated when you come to a meeting And yes, there were exchanges, and I encourage people to come to the board. What I don't encourage is running from chair to chair like it happened at the last meeting, full-blown conversations at full volume going on, cutting off the seniors who approach the podium to introduce a political candidate, taking their turn. That's disrespectful, and this yelling now is the same thing. It doesn't matter. No, Patty. I'm sorry, Patty. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Mr. President, could we call order, please?
All right.
believe you just said that. I apologize to those girls, and guess what?
Okay.
You should be fighting that they
That's
lost.
enough. That's enough.
That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, it is enough. You're calling me out. It's a disgrace. You just
Okay.
embarrass yourself even more.
All right.
Unbelievable. You're gonna get
Please.
your bulldog costume and run around and tell everybody what a great
Please.
person you are again?
Please, this is not how a meeting runs.
Well, then she shouldn't have said that, because that's not how a meeting
All right.
should be run. Ralph.
Yell-
It's very immature.
All right.
And I
Please.
apologize to those girls, and she saw me, and this is rude.
Okay.
Again, you're being rude. Rolling your eyes the entire meeting is rude. Shushing me,
All right.
shushing
Okay.
me at the last
All right.
meeting.
We're done.
That's enough.
Good.
That's enough.
Does anybody else have anything? No? Dr. Hanrahan, did you? No? Mr. Smythe?
Yes,
Oh, Mr. Wondrek.
I just want to make a comment that we have to look at the NROTC program and with the idea of expansion and modernizing it. That's all I have to say.
I agree. Thank you. Mr. Smythe, did you have anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. All right. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
Next time, pick up the phone.